Chapter 1478. After the two of them entered the alley, their horses slowed down. The lights in the city dimmed, making the moonlight even more intense. Lee Mibby chuckled softly and said, "That guy surnamed Sue finally realized that it was the woman's dense sword chi that revealed their tracks, which made her leave Snow Lotus City first. Within 100 miles, even if the great Liang dragon sparrow is hidden in the box, I can still vaguely see it as a flickering firefly 10 feet away. However, it can be seen that although West Chu's Jiang Ni is a sword embryo that appears once in 100 years, it is still far from reaching the legendary realm of the world's ruler. Without Jiang Ni holding the line, that young man has no chance of winning. The key is to see if God will give him the luck to escape again." Along the way, they had the absolute initiative. Now that the battle of life and death was imminent, Su Fengnian unexpectedly made a stupid move and broke his own wings. However, Tuoba Bodhisattva's expression did not seem relaxed. It shouldn't be that simple. In these years of life and death battles, Su Fengnian, Yang Taisui, Han Shengxian, Wang Xianji, Huang Qing, and the Bronze Man ancestor were all in the position to win. However, the one who survived in the end was Su Fengnian. This is not something that can be explained by luck. Speaking of this, Tuoba Bodhisattva laughed. "If it wasn't for Mr.'s timely arrival, I would be no exception and become another stepping stone for Su Fengnian. For tonight's battle, Mr. might as well hide in the dark. I have almost recovered and can fight head-on with Su Fengnian. Whether Su Fengnian and Jiang and I have some tricks up their sleeves, or he admits that he has no way out and only wants to die with me, Mr. will be able to deal with it calmly." Li Mixi thought for a while and nodded. Without hesitation, his figure flashed on the horse's back. In the eyes of this ancestor of spies who had been entrenched in the center of Beimang's spiderweb for many years, if he had not interfered in the battle between Su Fengnian and Tuoba Bodhisattva, in terms of life and death, Su Fengnian would have won. However, in terms of victory and defeat, Tuoba Bodhisattva was still slightly better. Therefore, Tuoba Bodhisattva did not have any knot in his heart regarding his attack. That perfect and flawless state of mind also did not have any cracks. Li Mibby himself was the number 1 Xian finger Xian after the death of Han Shengxian in Liang. He knew better than anyone the principle that it was difficult to repair a broken state of mind. Not everyone could recover to the peak after the state of mind fell like Li Chenggang. If your state of mind is not damaged in the slightest, you won't be able to recover in 100 years. Moreover, Su Fengnian's injuries were far more serious than Tuoba Bodhisattva's. It could be assumed that the speed of his recovery and the recovery of his body was much slower than Tuoba Bodhisattva's. In the Battle of Snow Lotus City, Li Mibby really could not find a reason why Su Fengnian could win by luck. However, if Su Fengnian insisted on avoiding the battle and escaping, Li Mibby was not conceited enough to think that he could kill Su Fengnian. If one did not enter the first class, or even the first-class Vajra realm, one would forever be a frog at the bottom of the well, unable to see the spectacular scenery outside the well. Only when a martial artist successfully entered the Xian finger realm and could perceive the circulation of the world could he be considered a person above the well and move with the flow like a fish swimming in the vast net of law. As for the celestial state and the more unfettered earth immortals, they could even sit on the ground and bargain with God. Li Mibby felt a little regretful because he was the shadow prime minister of Beimang. He had done too many things in his life that might have gone according to his wishes, but definitely went against the world's rules. He did not dare to enter the celestial state because he was afraid that when the time came, he would be caught in a trap of his own making. Li Mibby believed that Han Shengxian had never really crossed the threshold of celestial state in his life because he had this layer of concern. Li Mibby believed that there was God's will in the unseen world. If one was too selfish, It would certainly not be tolerated by the way of heaven. Li Mibi appeared and disappeared mysteriously and came to the corner of the cornice of a tall building. The back of the cornice under his feet was not carved with common spirit beasts such as Kylan, which could ward off evil spirits and pray for blessings. Instead, it was a lively carp with a lively posture. It was probably due to the unique water affinity of the buildings in the central plains. A wind chime was tied to a rope under the eaves, moving with the wind, melodious and light. The distance between here and the small house in the alley was only a straight-line distance of 500 steps. Looking down from the high ground, Li Mibi could have a clear view of the situation there. The battle that did not alarm Snow Lotus City was about to break out. In addition to paying attention to the peak battle between the two sides who were both great masters, Li Mibi had been paying attention to the direction where Jiang and I flew away on his sword. Li Mibi suddenly laughed out loud and sighed with emotion. It was an unprecedented big year in Jianghu. There were as many experts as there were clouds. Even if many of the older generation died, the younger generation emerged faster. It was undoubtedly the grandest occasion in 1,000 years. The 14 people in the martial arts competition, including the 4 great masters and the top 10 experts, were all great celestial phenomenon or even earth immortals without exception. Not to mention Zhang Yan'ai, who could fly 1,000 miles on his sword, Xianyuan Qingfeng, who was already in the celestial phenomenon realm, would definitely be among the top 10 experts in Jianghu in the past. However, he was unfortunate to encounter such an era. If the white-robed monk Chibuware and other hidden experts were added, Xianyuan Qingfeng might not even have a place in the top 20. In addition to these grandmasters and grandmasters who were already well known to the public, there was also the #1 beauty under the heavens, who had followed after the devil Woyang in the northern Mang territory, the unfathomable young Wudang sect leader Li Yufu Jiang Fuding, who stood at the top of the martial emperor city in the eastern sea, Zhao Ningxian, who had walked down the mountain from the celestial master manor, Qi Xianxia, who had traveled among the common people, Sword, Tomb Sword Crown Wu Luding, and that female sword attendant, and even Su Fengyan's 3 disciples were gradually showing their talents. If the world's experts could choose 2 people to fight, the battle between the military god of Beimang and the king of Beiliang in front of Li Mibi was probably only comparable to the battle between the Confucian Saint Chao Chongqing and the sword immortal Dong Tai. For some reason, Li Mibi bent over and sat cross-legged, no longer paying attention to the movement in the alley. He closed his eyes and let the cool breeze caress his face. The old man with a head full of frost and snow took out a dry biscuit from his bosom and chewed leisurely. Listening to the sound of the wind chimes close by, the old man shook his head as if he was enjoying it. After finishing the biscuit and wiping his mouth, the old man slowly got up and looked up at the night sky with the moon and sparse stars. He laughed heartily and said, "Hum, hum, hum, hum. This world and this scene, the danger is great." In the alley far away, he welcomed Tuoba Bodhisattva with a clean and vigorous saber. Thunder rises in silence. Moonlight rises on the flat ground. Tuoba Bodhisattva leaped high from the horse's back. Almost at the same time, Su Fengyan chopped the tall horse that was jogging in the alley into 2 halves with his saber. After passing through the horse's corpse, he tapped the wall with the tip of his foot and swung his saber at Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was more than 10 feet above the ground. It was unclear whether it was the light of the saber or the moonlight, but the sky above the secluded alley was covered in white. Tuoba Bodhisattva clenched his fists and made a hammering posture towards the bright light of the saber. Su Fengyan held the old-style Beiliang saber with both hands and did not resist the hammering. Instead, he turned around with his saber and spun in a big circle. In an instant, the 2 of them changed positions and came to Su Fengyan, who was higher behind Tuoba Bodhisattva. He slashed his saber at Tuoba Bodhisattva's back. Tuoba Bodhisattva's chi was heavy, and his falling speed was much faster than the light of the saber. After his feet touched the ground, the king of the northern courtyard, who was still in a squatting position, knocked his separated fists on the ground and turned his body. When the momentum of the saber weakened a little, he faced it head-on. With his back facing the ground, he kicked like a whip towards Su Fengnian, who was still unwilling to stop his saber and change to a new stance. Tuoba Bodhisattva loosened his grip on the saber and placed his hand on the back of the saber. With a slight twist, the saber turned sideways and collided with Tuoba Bodhisattva's whip kick. Instantly, the sound of metal colliding with stone was heard, like the chime of a huge bell. Su Fengnian and Tuoba Bodhisattva fell to the ground at the same time, like two meteors. Coincidentally, one of them stood at the end of the alley, and the other landed at the end. They rushed forward at the same time. While running, Su Fengnian did not look dispirited at all. Instead, he was high-spirited and full of vigor. He did not have the exhaustion of an arrow at the end of its flight when Jiang and I was beside him. It was even harder to believe that this guy would stagger and need to lean against the wall to walk. When the two of them were 10 steps apart, Su Fengnian twisted his body and spun his saber with him. In a short period of time, the slash was filled with vigor. Even Tuoba Bodhisattva did not face this attack head-on. With his back against the wall, his footsteps did not stop. When he brushed past Su Fengnian, he pushed out his palm and pushed it towards Su Fengnian's temple. Su Fengnian lowered his head and bent his waist. He spun on the spot and slashed his saber across his waist. Tuoba Bodhisattva, who had missed his punch, did not continue to tangle with him. He continued to rush forward and still did not face the attack head-on. Su Fengnian chased after him. He slightly increased the strength of his left leg and rushed diagonally to the wall. He stretched out his leg and stepped on the wall of the alley. In the next moment, his body crashed into the wall on the other side. This repeated repeatedly as he chased after Tuoba Bodhisattva. He and Tuoba Bodhisattva started a silent battle in this unknown alley. From the moment the two of them collided after landing on the ground, Su Fengnian's two sabers did not leave any marks on the floor or walls of the alley. Tuoba Bodhisattva's punch also did not leave a hole on the wall. There was not even a finger-sized hole. What happened next was still an unusual and strange situation. It was a narrow alley that only allowed two people to ride side by side. Although Su Fengnian was moving with his saber, he did not release any saber light. Only when the moonlight shone on his cold saber did it reflect a white light. It was obvious that Tuoba Bodhisattva was able to attack less and defend more than attack. However, Su Fengnian did not have the self-destructive aura that he had when he was in a life-and-death battle. Both of them attacked quickly and stopped even faster. They were as fast as lightning and thunder. There was nothing else that could be shown. This kind of subtle battle could not even be compared to the battle between two second-grade mastermasters from Xiongzhou County. The two great masters who were qualified to not talk about etiquette with the king of heaven and earth were polite and restrained in this alley. They did not overstep the rules and did not cross the line at all. They were like gentlemen. Chapter 1479. There was no majesty that could uproot mountains and rivers. There was no unbridled joy. There was only a little restraint. Instead, it was like a woman's embroidery, with only the slightest struggle. But once it succeeded, there might be one less great guru in the world. Both of them tacitly drew a circle around the ground. The alley was a cage, a fight in a cage. Both of them only wanted to stab each other in the mirror of the state of mind. Among the 4 great gurus in the world, other than the 2 who were fighting, Chao Chongqing used the way of the king to enter the way of the overbearing. It was clearly the way of the death. The 4 chairs placed at the top of martial arts, Chao Chongqing had stood up and left his seat. Then, only Dong Tai, the champion of the way of the sword, was left. The winner of tonight's fight would not only determine their life and death, but could also seize the opponent's state to a large extent. In the future, when he fought with Dong Tai, he would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Therefore, it could be said that tonight's fight could almost determine who would be the undisputed number 1 in the world in the future. At this moment, both of them tilted their heads. Tuoba Bodhisattva's fist seemed to be resting on his left shoulder. Su Fengnian's cold blade also seemed to be lifted by Tuoba Bodhisattva's shoulder. Su Fengnian's hair did not move. The cold blade in his hand seemed to have touched the tip of the wall, but in fact, it did not pierce the wall at all. In the next moment, Tuoba Bodhisattva's knee hit Su Fengnian's abdomen. Su Fengnian also punched Tuoba Bodhisattva's chest. Both of them collided backward. Their feet slid out on the bluestone floor. Tuoba Bodhisattva pressed down with his right hand. The moment his back was about to touch the wall, he stopped moving backward. Su Fengnian shook his wrist, holding the blade. Similarly, he did not touch the wall. Tuoba Bodhisattva waved his hand and hit Su Fengnian's side. Su Fengnian hit Tuoba Bodhisattva's face with his blade at the same time. After both of them fell out, they stood still. Su Fengnian twitched the corner of his mouth. Tuoba Bodhisattva was expressionless, but the mark on his face was clearly visible. Li Mixi wanted him dead. Tuoba Bodhisattva wanted him to lose and then die. Just as the girl had guessed based on her intuition, Su Fengnian was lying. At that time, the report he received from Lu Nianfeng was not the good news that Su Yanbing would quickly arrive. Instead, when the imperial edict allowing 10,000 Shu soldiers to leave the borders of western Shu, Beiliang had already confirmed that Chen Jibao and Xie Guaniying had quietly appeared among the Qingzhou navy. This was a secret intelligence report from Xu Xiu, who was traveling with King of Jing and Zhao Sun. This meant that even before Chen Jibao led the Shu troops into the battlefield, he could have a direct impact on the Guangling River battle. At this time, with or without Jiang and I in the army, the situation of the entire West Shu would be completely different. Other than the time when Su Fengnian woke up and fled, he had been lying to her. With the Buddha bowl given by the chicken soup monk, Su Fengnian's recovery speed was not slower than Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was lighter. Instead, it was faster. Without this secret intelligence, Su Fengnian would continue to lie, pretending that he was half dead, pretending that he needed her to carry him all the way to escape, pretending that without her, he would not be able to withstand Tuoba Bodhisattva and Li Mixi's pursuit for even a moment. And the little mud man, who was never smart, was indeed kept in the dark. She did not ask why he could escape from the pursuit every time, why he could see through Li Mixi's killing moves at just the right time, and why he could give pointers from the side. Moreover, every time he commented on the gains and losses after the battle, he could make her advance by leaps and bounds in the way of the sword with just a few words. He originally wanted to have a fair fight with Tuoba Bodhisattva in Shuilian City, in addition to letting her watch and benefit from the battle. It was more like fulfilling the wish of his youth and proving one thing to her. What? You said that I only know how to bully you? How is that possible? As long as I really want to practice martial arts, not to mention the top 10 masters, even if Wang Xianji did not dare to call herself the number 1 in the world, it would be a piece of cake. At that time, when they parted outside the city, he could give her the snow lotus and boast shamelessly, "This is a reward from the number 1 master in the world." On the tall building in the distance, Li Mixi's mood gradually became serious from the beginning of his leisure. He looked at the sky. It was almost dawn. After a full 6 hours, the 2 people in the alley still could not decide who was the winner. It was not that Li Mixi did not want to interfere or loot a burning house, even if he angered the king of the northern courtyard. As long as Li Mixi could kill Su Fengnian, he did not care what Tuoba Bodhisattva thought. However, Li Mixi left the tall building and approached the alley several times, but he did not find any flaws. After repeated this several times without success, Li Mixi had to stand on the roof patiently. Several times, he looked at a place dozens of miles away from the city and became more worried. At first, he could catch the sword Qi within 300 miles, but after half a day, he could only shorten it to 200 miles. Before he reached Shuilian City, it was only 100 miles. Now, it was only 50 miles, but it had become vague. It seemed that it would not be long before a female sword fairy appeared in the world. Li Mixi continued to wait. When the sky was slightly brighter, the world gradually turned blue and white. Li Mixi sighed, regretfully, and flew down the building, landing at the end of the alley. Su Fengnian and Tuoba Bodhisattva had just pulled apart the distance between them again. Su Fengnian knelt on one knee, his cold blade drawing a long groove on the ground in front of him. Tuoba Bodhisattva did not feel good either. He sat on the ground, panting heavily for the first time. Li Mixi stood not far away from Tuoba Bodhisattva and did not speak. Tuoba Bodhisattva sighed softly and stood up. He said calmly, "It's meaningless, let's go." Li Mixi nodded. If he continued to waste time, when Su Yambing arrived, he would be caught like a turtle in a jar. Before Tuoba Bodhisattva turned around, he looked at the young man who had also stood up and said with a smile, "Even if the Bailiang cavalry is completely wiped out, no matter how exhausted you are, as long as you, Su Fengnian, say the word, I will fight you alone." Su Fengnian stood with his blade in hand, silent. Chapter 1480. When Tuoba Bodhisattva and Li Mixi returned to the north, there was also a purple rainbow outside the city that headed east. After the battle, the cold blade in Su Fengnian's hand could not bear the burden and broke into two. He bent down to pick up the broken blade and put it back into the scabbard first. After traveling 30 miles north of Snow Lotus City, the two turned west. Li Mixi finally spoke and shook his head with a smile. "The king of Bailiang is young, but he is very scheming." Tuoba Bodhisattva suddenly asked, "Sir, do you know why you did not fight to the death last night and only competed with him in the state of mind?" Li Mixi thought about it, but still could not figure it out. Or, rather, he was unwilling to believe the truth. Tuoba Bodhisattva smiled. Using fate energy to transform into a cultivation base that has nothing to do with the state, Su Fengnian, who is in a treasure mountain, can squander it at any time. However, he still has a sense of propriety and only managed to ensure that he does not die. Su Fengnian's first strike in the alley was to tell me this fact, to tell us not to push him too far. If it was just a competition of Qi, Su Fengnian would not have lost. Between you and me, one of us might have been left behind. It's just that he probably wants to leave more resources for his crumbling northern Liang. Li Mixi sighed. Fate energy, Bailiang's fate energy. Tuoba Bodhisattva said in a low voice, "I will not go to Liuzhou first. I will go back to the southern court with you to remind His Majesty and the imperial decree of peace." Li Mixi suddenly got angry and sneered. "You always say that Beimeng's Jianghu is not a real Jianghu. Then Su Fengnian, who is second to none as a great guru in Liang, is not even cool in a fight. When has he ever done anything cool? Chao Chongqing, Gu Jiantang, and the rest are the same. Only Dong Tai is worthy of his name." Tuoba Bodhisattva's expression did not change. He reached out to wipe the blood from his nose and said indifferently, "A pitiful person has his own detestable side. A laughable person has his own respectable side. Therefore, I hope that Su Fengnian will die in my hands and not under the hooves of the Sword Emperor of West Shu." In Snow Lotus City, A young man carrying a saber stood in front of a small shop that sold meat naan with a worried expression. The shopkeeper waited for a long time, but didn't see this fellow take out his money pouch. He rolled his eyes, and after a long time, he stopped paying attention to this poor bastard. "What's wrong? I'm a man, not one of those young and foolish girls or ferocious women. Do you think you can eat for free just because you look like a dog? Just because he had a saber on his waist, he was considered a master of chivalry? Who are you trying to scare?" Not long after, his wife and daughter, who came to the shop to help, glanced at the young man shyly, which gave the man a headache and a toothache. He wanted to give the young man the smallest meat naan so that he could get out of the shop, but his shameless wife had already given his daughter 2 pieces of meat naan with the most weight. Then his daughter shamelessly shook her waist and stood in front of the young bastard. She timidly handed the meat naan to him and said with a smile that she would not take his copper coins. The man fiercely turned his head away. "Out of sight, out of mind. Motherf asterisk her. I was much more handsome than you when I was young. Okay." Just when the young man reached out to take the meat naan with a bright smile, an angry voice sounded beside him. "Do you have any shame?" Then she stared at the young girl. "How much is it?" The young girl was stunned and replied, "1 meat naan is 6 copper coins. 2 are 5 copper coins." She turned around with her back to the young man and carefully took out about 7 or 8 auspicious talismans from a beautiful money pouch. Most of them were small coins of 1 copper coin, and there were 2 of them with a discount of 2 copper coins. There weren't many big coins. Talismans issued during the auspicious talisman era were all new money, and they had nothing to do with the famous spring water from the previous dynasty. She muttered to herself. But in the end, she was really reluctant to hand over the 5 small coins of 1 copper coin, and she was also reluctant to take out the copper coin with a face value of 10 copper coins because she only had these 2 coins in her money pouch. They came in pairs, and it was not good to separate them. In the end, she could only frown and give the young girl 1 small coin of 1 copper coin and 2 coins with a discount of 2 copper coins. It was exactly 5 copper coins to buy 2 meat naans. The conflicted expression on her face was as if she was watching her daughter get married. The young girl and the woman in the shop didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was only 5 copper coins. Why was she so reluctant to part with them? The young man stopped her and said softly with a smile, Okay, you don't need to spend money. Take it." The young man with a sword turned his head and looked into the distance. He waved his hand, and soon a tall and sturdy man with a respectful expression ran over. The young man asked, "Do you have any silver coins?" The man was also one of the top experts in Snow Lotus City, but he still nodded his head in fear when facing this young man. He took out all the silver coins he had on him, and he was so respectful that he even wanted to give up his life. The young man only asked for 1 silver coin and gave it to the young girl. He took the meat naan and said with a smile, "Keep the change." The young girl, whose heart was swayed by the smile, said sweetly, "Thank you, young master." The young girl beside him turned her head and put the copper coins back. Her lips moved slightly, and her face was full of disdain. Judging from the shape of her lips, she should be saying the words, "Thank you, young master." The young man smiled and gave her a freshly baked and fragrant meat naan. Then he said, "I won't see you off. Remember not to leave the city on your sword. It's very scary in broad daylight." The young girl, who was carrying a purple box, took the meat naan and walked straight to the city gate. He waited until her figure slowly disappeared from his sight, and then he walked away with his back to her. The tall and sturdy man, who was Madame Song's personal retainer in the Snow Lotus house, kept his head down and didn't dare to look at them. He lowered his head and bit the meat naan. The meat naan was covered with scarlet blood. In the distance, above the clouds, which were as high as the ninth heaven, a woman with fluttering clothes stood on the great Liang dragon sparrow and flew with the wind. Her whole body was bathed in golden light. She held a copper coin above her head and looked at it in a daze. She knew that he lied to her. She suddenly felt a little annoyed. She suddenly flew up on her sword and said, angrily, I should have found some copper coins. Chapter 1481. There were many brothels in Snow Lotus City, and they were clustered together. The tall buildings stretched as far as the eye could see, and the layers upon layers of overhanging eaves actually gave off a grandeur similar to that of an imperial palace. The Snow Lotus building was the one with the tallest eaves, and it had 8 floors. The name of the sleepless city also came from this. It was dawn, but the wide main street was not deserted. There were constantly rich men in disheveled clothes walking out of the brothels with enchanting women snuggling up to them. If they met their brother-in-law on the bed on the street, the men would look at each other and smile. Everything would be understood without words. Su Fengnian let the man of sacrifice from the whisk room lead the way. When he walked on the street full of the strong fragrance of cosmetics, there were many brothel girls who were tired and should have gone back to the building to catch up on sleep. They threw flirtatious glances at Su Fengnian. Some of the bolder girls even tried to seduce this handsome guy with a strange face. The street was very long. Su Fengnian walked forward with his saber hanging on his waist. Amidst the surprised cries, shouts, and laughter, there were many women who had just climbed into their beds but had not yet fallen asleep. Following the sounds and movements, they opened their windows and leaned against the railings, smiling as they watched this distinguished and elegant young master. Someone started shouting, "Young master, your servant will pay you 20 taels of silver. Do you want to come?" Very soon, there were people offering 30 taels of silver. The second-class spy from the whisk room, who was the only one other than Mrs. Song in the Snow Lotus building who knew about Su Fengnian's identity, broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, he also had a heroic spirit. He thought that if the northern barbarians had a young empress, then Liang Mang wouldn't have to fight anymore. Su Fengnian dodged the messy things like fruits, silk scarves, and undergarments. He felt a little helpless. Only then did he remember that he hadn't been to a brothel since he parted with the girl who held the white cat, Wu Meinyang. Earlier, when he was hanging out with Li Han, Lin Yan, and the other martial arts addicts, he often saw this scene. However, at that time, the brothels in Liangzhou and Lingzhou all knew about his background. They were more interested in his Royal Highness title and the money in their pockets. Unlike other brothels, the Snow Lotus building was located on both sides of the street. It occupied the end of the street and stood out like a crane among chickens. It was like a king facing the north and facing the south. The unusual noise on the street also alarmed the Snow Lotus building. Therefore, when Su Fengnian walked out of the building, there were curious girls on the 6th floor and below sticking their heads out of the windows. However, the rules of the Snow Lotus building were strict. They didn't dare to join in the fun, like their peers. Especially when they saw the burly man standing at the bottom of the stairs in a respectful manner, they didn't dare to act rashly. Su Fengnian didn't care about this harmless episode. Tuoba Bodhisattva of the 4 great grandmasters had already confirmed his return to the north. Dong Tai had never been an enemy. Chao Chongqing was in Guangling Road. Who in the world could assassinate him? Who would dare? Madame Song didn't go downstairs to welcome him with great fanfare. Obviously, she was being cautious. Su Fengnian went straight to the top floor. Madame Song and the new courtesan of the Snow Lotus building, Yu Qingling, whom he had met not long ago, stood at the door of an elegant room. Madame Song pushed the door open. Su Fengnian stepped over the threshold and entered the quaint room. Madame Song and Yu Qingling quietly followed behind. The burly man quickly closed the door and stood outside the room like a door god. After Su Fengnian found a chair and sat down, Yu Qingling began to brew tea without Madame Song's instruction. The tea set on the table had already been prepared. Su Fengnian signaled Madame Song to sit down with him. She gently asked if he wanted to eat breakfast. Su Fengnian shook his head and asked, "Have you settled Xiao Mu and the two children?" Madame Song reported, "Everything has been settled. According to the order, the forces in the Snow Lotus building have begun to operate. They will be able to seize the Snow Lotus in Lu Huaishi's residence by tonight at the latest." Yu Qingling's smooth movements of brewing tea suddenly became sluggish. Madame Song's expression didn't change, but her eyes narrowed in an instant. Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, "Cancel the mission. There's no need for it." Madame Song nodded and didn't show any doubt. Su Fengnian said softly, "I'll rest in the Snow Lotus building for a day. You can carry on as usual. You don't have to spend time entertaining me." Madame Song wanted to say something, but hesitated. Without waiting for Su Fengnian to speak, she immediately dismissed the idea and said with a guilty expression, "I've overstepped." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "There's nothing to hide. I just fought with Tuoba Bodhisattva, who chased me all the way to Snow Lotus City. We still couldn't determine the winner. I reckon Li Mibi is beating his chest and stamping his feet right now. Bei Mang paid a great price for this assassination." Yu Qingling felt as if she was struck by lightning. Bei Mang's military god, Tuoba Bodhisattva, and Li Mibi, the ancestor of spies, which one of them wasn't a terrifying figure. Su Fengnian said apologetically, "After I step into the Snow Lotus building, your identities will soon be discovered. Among the forces in Snow Lotus City, the only threat is Western Shu. But don't worry, Western Shu can't take care of itself in a short period of time. In addition, their spies have always been weak. Furthermore, I will also send a group of Fu Shui House's men of sacrifice here. If there's no accident, the leader will be called Fan Shaochai. If necessary, the Finger Xian Sword Grandmaster, Mi Fengjia, will also accompany her. Because Snow Lotus City cannot be abandoned for the time being, I need the Snow Lotus House, which has the innate advantage of being close to the water tower, to help keep an eye on the changes in the situation between Western Shu and Nanzhao. In the future, I may force you to go to Nanzhao and contact some people." Madame Song smiled and said, "It's Snow Lotus Building's great honor to be able to contribute to Mount Qingliang and Fu Shui House. I won't refuse, even if I have to die 10,000 times." From the corner of Yu Qingling's eyes, she could see that Madame Song was in high spirits and had a warm smile on her face. This was very different from the Madame Song in her memory. Ever since Yu Qingling settled down in the Snow Lotus House when she was young, the Madame Song in her memory had always been a serious and cold person. Even when facing the courtesans like Yu Qingling, she was always stingy with her smiles. This was the first time Yu Qingling knew that a Madame Song who smiled from the bottom of her heart was like a finishing touch. Soon, Yu Qingling calmed herself down and tidied up her chaotic emotions. She handed the young man a cup of sparrow-tongue tea that was picked from the old tea tree on the top of Tianmu Peak in Nanzhao. Yu Qingling took advantage of the short time when he reached out to take the teacup and casually glanced at him. She was not stupid. If he was only treated with respect by Madame Song, then all the hidden leaders of the Fu Shui House in Beiliang were qualified. However, if it was a battle with Tuoba Bodhisattva, and there was a sense of victory and defeat, then the identity of the handsome man in front of her naturally came to light. In the entire Beiliang, there was only one person who was more powerful than Chu Lushan, the Fu Shui House's behind-the-scenes leader, who was also the protector general of Beiliang. Prince Liang, Su Fengnian. Yu Qingling could not help but sigh. He was really young. Su Fengnian did not care about Yu Qingling's little thoughts. He leisurely drank tea while casually chatting with Madame Song about the local conditions and customs of Snow Lotus City. Moreover, he had been entangled with Tuoba Bodhisattva for more than half a month and was constantly on the verge of death. He also needed to learn about the situation of Liang Mang's battle and the changes in the world from the Snow Lotus House. However, the Snow Lotus House was located in a small city outside the Great Wall in the southwest border. Its geographical location could not be compared with the 8 houses in the Nanzhao Kingdom of Western Shu. The Snow Lotus House was only in the middle of the 72 houses inside and outside the Whispering House. However, Madame Song's identity was so special that even Chu Lushan had a whole new level of respect for her. In addition, Su Fengnian and Tuoba Bodhisattva had fought all the way from the northern part of the western regions to the southern part of the western regions. Therefore, the Whispering House sent some extra spies to the Snow Lotus House so that once Su Fengnian entered Snow Lotus City, he would be the first to receive the news. However, Su Fengnian only knew that Lu Gui's Huda city was still intact. The construction of the huge new city in the northern part of Liangzhou province, which was even larger than Huda city, was about to begin. In the area of Qingcang city in Liuzhou province, the Longxiang army and Lu Gui's army had a probing battle. Both sides suffered losses that were within the acceptable range. Furthermore, after Crouching Gong and Wanhe cities were breached by Bei Mang's vanguard General Zhongtan, Xiaoguang city also fell to Bei Mang's all-out offensive. The Tiger Pouncing Camp, which had been personally approved by the king of Beiliang and personally issued a military order in the name of the Beiliang Protectorate, and Chu Lushan, had once made outstanding contributions to the Yuzhou infantry headquarters. From the main general, Sun Shu, to the 23 captains and 47 deputy captains, to all the soldiers, the 2,726 people in the camp had all died in battle. Yu Qingling didn't know why, but when she heard these concise words from Madame Song's mouth, she felt as if she could hear the sounds of battle drums, battle cries, smoke, corpses, faces covered in blood, and unsheathed Beiliang sabers. She didn't know when, but when tears streamed down her face, she saw the young vassal king leaning back in his chair and drinking tea. His face was expressionless and indifferent. Yu Qingling, this lowly chess piece of the Fushui chamber, who had worked so hard to become a second-class concubine, suddenly couldn't help but feel angry. She suddenly felt a surge of courage. She stared straight at this young man who could, at times, openly wear a python robe. Her eyes were filled with doubt and resentment. The soldiers at the border were sacrificing their lives for you, for your Su family. Could it be that you couldn't show a bit of grief? Could it be that just because they were one of the 300,000 cavalrymen of Beiliang, they had to die as if it was right and proper? They couldn't even be bothered to make you frown. Madame Song said softly, "Since the battle between you and Liang provinces started, no one from the Beiliang frontier army has surrendered." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Before Bei Mang's army enters the border, even if some of us are willing to surrender, Bei Mang won't accept it." Yu Qingling was supposed to pour tea for him and refill his cup, but she put down the teapot heavily to vent her anger. Then she smiled bitterly. With the mentality of death, she wanted to ask this young vassal king whether he had a heart or not. Chapter 1482. But before Yu Qingling could open her mouth, Madame Song, who was very experienced in observing people's expressions, said sternly, "Shut up. Yu Qingling, get out." Yu Qingling stood up absent-mindedly and left the room in a daze. Madame Song smiled bitterly and said, "Prince, Yu Qingling is just a child. She has lived her whole life in Snow Lotus City without any wind or rain. She doesn't know anything. Please don't blame her." Su Fengnian bent down and picked up the teapot. He poured a cup of tea for himself and also poured a cup for Madame Song. He shook his head and said, "It's fine." Madame Song said softly, "Snow Lotus Building is a Mandarin duck building with 2 buildings connected by a corridor in the sky. That's why it has the reputation of pavilion in the sky. The front building is mainly used for banquets and tea. Guests usually come in at night and leave in the morning. The back building is used for accommodation. Most of the guests who are familiar with Snow Lotus Building can enter. It's just that this servant doesn't know if Prince wants to live in the back building or find a quiet house nearby to rest. It's not far. It only takes half a cup of tea's time." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It's not too troublesome. I'll just live in the back building." Madame Song was a bit hesitant. The back building had a first-class room that was not inferior to a marquis's house. However, Snow Lotus Building was filled with people from all over the world. There were many rich people who spent a lot of money to stay in this gentle place. Often, they would stay for 10 days to half a month. Dirty things often happened in this place. What Madame Song meant was that she hoped that the young prince could choose a quiet courtyard in the noisy place. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate for the dignified king of Bailiang to live on the same floor with those men. However, since he said so, Madame Song didn't add more feet to the snake. She led Su Fengnian down to the 6th floor and walked through the unique corridor. When they arrived at the back building, Madame Song didn't ask the women in Snow Lotus Building to prepare the clothes he needed to change into after bathing. She did everything herself, even pouring water into the bathtub in the room. As for the matter of volunteering herself to sleep with him, Madame Song didn't dare to expect it, nor would she think about it. In the brothels of the world, no matter how beautiful you are, no matter how many men you have under your skirt, aren't they all mediocre, growing out of the mud without being stained? Did she really think that she was a female bodhisattva sitting on a lotus platform? Su Fengnian, dressed in rags, walked Madame Song to the door. He took off the cold knife, took a bath, changed his clothes, shaved his beard, and trimmed his nails. Finally, he felt refreshed, and then he sat down in front of the table. His mind stirred slightly. The remnants of the flying swords that Dong Tai gave him years ago flew out of his sleeve and floated about a foot away from the table. Black armor, childhood sweetheart, morning dew, spring water, peach blossom, moth may, vermilion bird, huang tong swan, golden thread tai. At first, there were a total of 12 flying swords, each containing 12 different sword forms. The sword forms were already clear in his heart, but after several great battles, there were only 4 flying swords left. Childhood sweetheart, huang tong swan. People often say that things remain the same, but people change. However, on Su Fengnian's side, it was people who relied on old things that gradually disappeared. Su Fengnian did not put away the 4 flying swords that depended on each other. He let them rest quietly on the table, closed his eyes, and began to breathe. The reason why Taoists were proficient in the art of breathing and advocated returning to simplicity was because there was a saying that when a newborn baby fell to the ground, it would spit out the turbid qi from his previous life. Young children often cried because they did not hide the turbid qi in their abdomen. They did not know the art of breathing and nourishing their body, but their xinqi naturally existed for a long time. Therefore, it fit the word naive. When a person grew up, although he learned to endure things silently and liked to praise someone's maturity by not showing his joy in the eyes of Taoists, it was contrary to his nature. Su Fengnian was half asleep and half awake. He was in a trance. He breathed in and out, and his mind was retracted and released. At this moment, he could hear many movements inside and outside the Snow Lotus Tower. The next moment, it was as if the world was completely silent. Su Fengnian thought of the blind old soldier, Su Yongguan, from the fish drum camp, who sent him off 600 times on his way to the capital post. He thought of the Yuzhou cavalry, who fought from Jibei to the mouth of the Calabash. He thought of many people and many things. After an unknown period of time, Su Fengnian was awakened by the sound of light footsteps outside the door. He suddenly realized that the lanterns outside the window were already lit. Su Fengnian put away his flying sword and walked to the window, lost in thought. After this battle, Su Fengnian was confident that it would not take long before he could fight Tuoba Bodhisattva to a draw. He would also be able to compete with Dong Tai, who had the strongest killing power among the four grandmasters. As for Chao Chongqing, who was considered to be the most famous among the four grandmasters, but was only considered to be the last among the four grandmasters. After all, Tuoba Bodhisattva was publicly recognized as the number 2 who would only lose to Wang Xianji. Dong Tai had also improved after Li Chungang lent him his sword and went to the sea to visit the immortals. Su Fengnian used the momentum of defeating Wang Xianji in one move, and his reputation in Jianghu was like the sun in the sky. Only Chao Chongqing had not fought with a grandmaster of the same cultivation level for many years. Even though he appeared briefly with Ginger in Great Peace City, he did not fight. He only fought with Gu Jiantang, Lu Hao, and the others. There was no real-life and death battle. Therefore, compared to Su Fengnian, Dong Tai, and Tuoba Bodhisattva, it was inevitable that he would be looked down upon. However, Su Fengnian was well aware that after Confucian sage Chao Chongqing changed his mind. Not only was his cultivation base the highest among the four, he was also the one with the strongest battle prowess. At this time, Chao Chongqing might not be inferior to himself when his celestial being physique was at its peak. Outside the room, Madame Song brought along the elite men of sacrifice of the whisk chamber, whose name Su Fengnian still didn't know. She gently knocked on the door. After getting permission, Madame Song pushed the door open and said, Lu Huaishi came to visit Snow Lotus House alone. I didn't dare to make a decision on my own, so I had to disturb Prince's rest. Su Fengnian smiled and said, let's go and meet him together. I'm also very curious about this legendary figure who ruled over a region. Madame Song, when the time comes, just tell him that I'm the new guard of Snow Lotus House. Madame Song smiled faintly and endured. Su Fengnian joked, indeed. Even if Snow Lotus House is rich and overbearing, it doesn't seem like they can afford to hire a hired thug like me. The three of them walked together in the corridor that was covered with Western Shoe's gorgeous silk. After turning a corner, they passed by a room. Coincidentally, a guest opened the door and a group of people filed out. There were 4 men and 1 woman. The woman wore a purple dress with a purple scabbard and a delicate purple bamboo flute hanging from her waist. The woman was beautiful, but her face was cold and distant. The other 3 young men had different styles. The leader had a lively personality and a delicate face. He jumped out of the door with his hands crossed behind his back. He was talking to a tall man with sword-like eyebrows with a smile. The other person had the demeanor of a noble family. He had a jade-like face and was dressed luxuriously. He was whispering to an old man with graying temples who carried a sword on his back. The 2 groups of people bumped into each other. In fact, each side took a step back and brushed past each other lightly. However, the men of sacrifice who led the way for Su Fengnian and Madame Song did not intend to stop. As for the young master who went out first, he was probably used to being spoiled by the elders at home, so he did not have a good temper. He blocked the way in the middle of the corridor, shook his shoulders, and squinted his eyes and laughed. Madame Song frowned slightly. Su Fengnian shook his head without batting an eyelid. Madame Song understood tacitly and said to the top master of Snow Lotus House who wanted to barge through, Meng Li forget it. Chapter 1483. Hearing Meng Li's name, only the old man with the sword on his back twitched his eyelids. Other than him, who was experienced in Jianghu, it was the first time for the others to enter Snow Lotus City. Although the juniors around him were not unscrupulous disciples who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, the purple-clothed woman and the pair of siblings were from sects and clans that were outstanding in the Southwest province. As for the tall young man with no foundation, he was also a rare rising star. They looked down on this small border city from the bottom of their hearts. However, the old man had heard of Meng Li before. He rarely fought in Snow Lotus City, but it was said that he had a death battle with a few experts under Lu Huaishi. Most of the latter disappeared from Jianghu, and Lu Huaishi was recognized as a second-level master. Since Meng Li was still alive, it meant that either the Snow Lotus House was not to be trifled with, or Meng Li had the ability to challenge Lu Huaishi. The old man believed that he had reached a higher level in Jianghu, so even if he was not afraid of Meng Li, he still had to be cautious when facing such a local tyrant. It was better to avoid trouble. Just as the old man was about to take a step back to avoid trouble, the young woman who was dressed as a man clicked her tongue and said, "Forget it? What a big tone. Who are you? If you don't forget it, what else do you want?" The purple-clothed woman, who had arrived at Snow Lotus City earlier than her companions, sighed softly. She then said to the disciple of a noble family, who looked somewhat similar to the young girl, "That woman is the head mistress of the Snow Lotus House." The young man nodded. He was born in a prestigious family and did not have any intention of causing trouble. He smiled at the arrogant girl and said, "Damn girl, come back." The young woman was unwilling, but she was no longer aggressive. However, someone quickly added fuel to the fire. The eyes of the tall young man, who exuded an aura of savagery, burned with passion as he stared fixedly at Madame Song, whose skin was still as charming as that of a young girl's. "You're Madame Song from Snow Lotus City, the woman who even the deputy general of a province in the Western Shu Empire couldn't win over?" He grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Mrs. Song, my name is Zhang Wuho. I'm the guy who peed in front of the Zhao family's mansion. I've admired you for a long time." Mrs. Song didn't get angry because of the young man's frivolous words. She smiled and said, "I know." The young girl was clearly very dissatisfied with the man beside her, who was fickle-minded. She coldly snorted and looked at Madame Song with even more provocation. "Zhang Wuho, what are you admiring? She's old enough to be your mother." Marquis Zhang Wuho, whose name had shaken the southwest of Liang because of his unbridled behavior, smiled and said, "This little girl doesn't understand Madame Song's kindness." The old man with the sword on his back was deeply worried. That elegant young man was also helpless. However, it would be a big joke to say that he was afraid of offending the entire Snow Lotus City. Su Fengnian didn't expect these people to be so bold. He didn't want them to continue insulting Madame Song, so he smiled and said, "When you're outside, you should speak properly. At the very least, you should speak human language." Then, Su Fengnian turned to look at Madame Song. "Don't tell me that everyone wants to carve the words 'come and hit me' on their faces when they walk the streets nowadays. I didn't have this courage back then." Madame Song smiled and said, "These people are probably either the disciples of Wang Xianji, Chao Chongqing, or the sons and daughters of the feudal princes and princesses of Liang. That's why they're so bold." Su Fengnian laughed and said, "Even if that's the case, it still doesn't make sense." Madame Song, who seemed to be speaking in riddles, with Su Fengnian, nodded and deliberately said with a look of realization, "Oh, right, it still doesn't make sense." The young girl was furious and said angrily, "Shameless adulterers! Don't even think about leaving here today. I don't care if you're Madame Song or not. You're still a prostitute, and an old one at that." Madame Song was completely indifferent. She had used a short span of 12 years to turn the Snow Lotus House into the largest brothel in the southern part of the western regions. Even Lu Huaishi had no choice but to tolerate this thorn in his side. How could she be defeated by a little girl with a few words? If it weren't for the king of Bailiang by her side, she would have been able to easily leave a psychological shadow in the young girl's heart for the rest of her life. As a death warrior trained by the whisk room, Meng Li attached great importance to the rules. As long as Madame Song didn't say anything, he wouldn't do anything even if he had a strong killing intent. However, a sinister smile had already appeared on his face. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "That's enough." The young girl sneered and said, "You're just a pretty boy raised by an old woman. Who do you think you are? You think you're qualified to talk to me?" Zhang Wuho was originally a daring person, and he also had an astonishing backing. He chuckled and said, "You're not convinced? Why don't we spar? If you win, we'll make way. If you lose, Madame Song will be mine. How about it?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Spar? Sure." After saying that, he slowly walked forward. Meng Li quickly took the initiative to retreat and make room. His eyes were blazing with madness, and even his hands and feet couldn't help but tremble. He was one of the 4 grandmasters of the world. How many people could see the 4 of them in action? In the blink of an eye, the young girl didn't even notice anything strange. Then, a deafening sound came from behind her. She then discovered that Zhang Wuho had turned into that passable-looking young man who had the most repulsive smile. It turned out that Zhang Wuho had been pushed out by Su Fengnian's palm on his forehead. He crashed through the wall, passed through the room, and broke through the wall again. Just like that, he fell out of the 8th floor of the Snow Lotus Tower. Among the group, the old man with the sword on his back had the highest cultivation. However, he didn't see how this young man with an ordinary aura attacked. The old man instinctively reached out to pull out his sword. Su Fengnian only stood beside the young girl and looked at the 2 eye-catching holes. He waited patiently for a long time before turning his head and looking at the shocked Grandmaster of the Southwest. He asked with a smile, "What's wrong? You can't even pull out your sword?" At this time, everyone discovered that the Grandmaster of the Sword, who was unreachable in their hearts, had reached out to grab the hilt of the sword on his back. The sword, which weighed no more than a few kilograms, seemed to be as heavy as a mountain. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move it in the slightest. This scene was too ridiculous and comical. This accidental disturbance seemed to be an ordinary quarrel, but in reality, everyone in the group had their own schemes. Not to mention the pitiful person who had already fallen out of the Snow Lotus Tower. The girl in purple wanted to borrow the power of the Southwest Jianghu to make a name for herself. For a heroine to walk the Jianghu, winning the title of fairy, was only the first step. She still needed a variety of methods to manage it. She needed to climb up to a towering tree so that she could intimidate others. She needed to be on good terms with the seniors, carefully win over young masters who had money and family background, and so on. On the road of Western Shu, the awe-inspiring son of an aristocratic family had sharp eyes. He had seen the old-style cold saber on Su Fengnian's waist. His family had suffered a lot at the hands of the Su family, so they wanted to skin the Bailiang Su family alive. As for the dandy sons of Western Shu who liked to wear cold sabers, he had personally killed and crippled many of them over the years due to his anger. Now that he had met such a person in Snow Lotus City, other than disliking him, he wanted to test the waters. He wanted to create a farce and reveal some of the old secrets of the Snow Lotus Tower. If she really had an affair with Bailiang, then he would have a merit that he could easily obtain. As for the girl, who was angry at Zhang Wuho's fickleness, how could his eyes not light up? Her thoughts were very simple. in front of a strange man she was interested in. She just wanted to make him keep his eyes on her. Su Fengnian looked at the embarrassed old man who had drawn the sword and said pleasantly, "Take your time, I'm not in a hurry." After a while, the old man, who had been famous for a long time, struggled in vain. When he was about to lower his head and admit defeat, he suddenly pulled out more than half of the long sword in the sheath. Even the old man himself felt that it was unbelievable. The two women and one man who were staring at the old man felt relieved. However, the long sword in the old man's hand returned to the sheath by itself, out of the sheath, back into the sheath. This process repeated again and again. The old man wanted to die. Madame Song suddenly burst out laughing. She had never felt so comfortable in more than 10 years. Chapter 1484. The old man with the sword on his back loosened his grip in disappointment. The clear heart of the sword that he had nurtured for decades was completely broken. His expression was dull, and he had lost the demeanor of a grandmaster. The purple-clothed woman, who had painstakingly earned the title of fairy, had an indifferent expression on her face that was as cold as ice. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Her watery eyes seemed to be able to speak, and there were actually 3 kinds of emotions in them: reverence, admiration, and guilt. The man from the Western Shu family put away his thoughts of fishing in troubled waters and put on a submissive posture. He tried to maintain the bearing of a disciple of a noble family and did not show too much of an opportunistic attitude. His sister was the biggest contrast. Newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. Not only did she not shrink back, she widened her eyes. The only thing that was not written on her face was that she wanted to marry him. Madame Song did not add insult to injury. She stopped smiling and came to Su Fengnian's side. As if there was no one around, she began to introduce everyone to Su Fengnian. Purple bamboo fairy Huang Chunyu is from the Sword Mountain, which is only ranked after the Spring Invitation Cottage. Her master is the Donyo Peak master, Deng Chong. She was a guest at General Lu's mansion some time ago, and she just came to the Snow Lotus house yesterday. If I'm not wrong, the brother and sister are from the Lu family in Izhou. As for this senior, who is unwilling to, disdainful to use his sword, he is called Wan Jinghua. He is one of the few Jianghu masters in the Western Shu sect. There was once a poet who praised his sword skills as 1,000 riders rolling up snow over a great hill. Therefore, he has the nickname of 1,000 Riders Sword Immortal in the southwest Wulian of Liam. The old sword immortal, who had just come back to life, almost spat out blood when he heard the word disdainful. His face was pale, and his lips trembled violently. Su Fengnian finally looked at the old man and asked with a smile, "You are Wan Jinghua? When you were young, you admired the sword godly Chungang, so you gave up literature to practice martial arts. You even wrote the famous poem 3 Feet. The old man was stunned for a moment. This swordsman with no spirit left nodded slowly. Su Fengnian said unexpectedly, "Excuse me." Wan Jinghua only felt that it was unbelievable. Even Madame Song was confused. Su Fengnian laughed softly. "There was once a senior swordsman who said that your talent was average and that your swordsmanship would not be good. However, your poems were not vulgar. Wan Jinghua should not practice swordsmanship and should be a scholar." What surprised the Lu siblings was that after a moment of confusion, Wan Jinghua seemed to have been possessed by a ghost. Tears streamed down his face as he cried and laughed. He was like a slow-witted child who had been taught a lesson in private school every day and was suddenly praised by a strict teacher one day. At the same time, he was like a poor scholar who had spent his entire life in dire straits. Suddenly, one day, he felt that he could die at night after hearing about the Tao. Huang Chunyu, who was imitating the Wulian Alliance leader Huishan Xianyuan, who was wearing a purple robe, discovered that the three of them were already far away. Wan Jinghua was still intoxicated. For a long time, he was unable to extricate himself. He raised his head and muttered to himself, "Without a case, without a scabbard, the dark room's night is always bright. A 3-foot wooden horse and ox could break all the soldiers in the world. I want to know that the sky is about to rain, and the dragon cries out. Walking in the world with a sword, 100 ghosts travel in the night. Flying over the Guangling River, 800 dragons are frightened. People do not know what they want, but the man in green robe laughs. If the heavens did not give birth to me, Li Chungang, the way of the sword would be like a long night." On the way to Lu Huaishi's room, Madame Song explained, "According to the spies, the wanderer called Zhang Wuho has secretly joined the new Yi-province general. The main figures of the Yi-province's Lu clan and the elite guards of the Sword Mountain were also honored guests of the Yi-province's provincial governor's mansion. Furthermore, with Wang Chunyu's foreshadowing, it seemed like the purpose of their trip to Snow Lotus City was to win over Lu Huaishi. Prince, do we need to keep these people in the Snow Lotus Pavilion?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "There is no need to completely fall out with the Western Shu Dao for now. After all, the Snow Lotus Pavilion is too far away from Beiliang, and Fan Shaochai has not arrived yet. Once we encounter a situation where we will fight to the death, it will be difficult to quench our thirst. Collecting spies is the most important task of the Snow Lotus Pavilion. It has been in the past and will be in the future. The general trend of the Northwest and Southwest, and the decline of Beiliang and the rise of the other side depends on the hundreds of thousands of cavalry and spears. As for the Snow Lotus Pavilion and the Whispering Room, if one less person dies and one more spies are sent out, they may be able to change the situation of the war and influence the whole world." Madame Song said softly, "My vision is too narrow." Su Fengnian stopped and looked at Madame Song. He said helplessly, "Madame Song, my mother and Aunt Zhao are old friends. Aren't you afraid that I will feel uneasy when you call me your servant?" Madame Song's eyelids drooped slightly. She reached out to stroke the hair on her forehead and did not say anything. In the room, Yu Qingling was brewing tea. It was not ready yet, so Lu Huaishi was patiently waiting for the tea. When Madame Song and the unfamiliar young man walked into the room, Yu Qingling was just about to brew the tea. Lu Huaishi sighed and said, "Madame Song, you came at the right time." Madame Song sat down, and Su Fengnian stood behind her respectfully. Lu Huaishi smiled and asked, "May I ask who this young master is?" Madame Song's lips curled up for a moment. She said softly, "Young Master Su is Meng Li's junior martial brother. His skills are excellent." The majestic Lu Huaishi waved his hand and laughed. "If that's the case, why don't we sit down and drink some tea together? I respect scholars all my life, but the ones that are to my liking are the Jianghu men with hard fists and hard bones. Unfortunately, I am the guest today, and Madame Song is the host. Since the Snow Lotus Pavilion only provides tea, I can only drink it obediently, just based on Madame Song's praise of my skills. When young master visits my humble abode in the future, we must drink to our heart's content." Lu Huaishi did not care about trifles. He had an indescribable charm that made it easy for people to have a good impression of him. He was an ambitious person in the western regions in his prime. His boldness did not make people feel as if they were looking down on him. The parents and officials who ruled over a region loved the people as if they were their own children. The generals and soldiers shared weal and woe with each other, and the nobles treated the wise with respect. Although it was rare, the sharp-minded people could still more or less feel the alienation brought about by the difference in status. The Lu family's disciples were gentle, kind, and thrifty. However, When Lu Huaishi spoke to someone, his eyes would look at the other person. He was sincere and free. Every word that came out of his mouth seemed to come from the bottom of his heart. When he saw Su Fengnian sitting down, the smile on Lu Huaishi's face deepened. He then bargained with Madame Song. Madame Song, young Master Su is a straightforward person. Even if you don't want to give me face, can you give face to young Master Su and ask Miss Yu to bring 2 pots of good wine for him, a dog butcher's big bowl of wine, and big chunks of meat? You're a nobleman in the human world. Yu Qingling revealed an inquisitive look. Madame Song nodded. The former swayed her body and slowly left. Lu Huaishi patted his stomach and smiled. Madame Song, I don't have many tricks up my sleeve. If there's something I want to say, let's get straight to the point. As for whether we'll fight or kill, and whether we can drink young Master Yu's wine, it'll all depend on the will of the heavens. Of course, I'm not lacking in sincerity. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here alone and drinking tea. Yes, of course, there are 200 of my brothers outside the Snow Lotus restaurant. I didn't want to be sneaky. They're all out in the open. Anyone can see them. After all, I'm only a second-grade master. I don't have the ability to overturn your Snow Lotus restaurant, not to mention other things. At least I can't bear to let the women in your mansion become widows. Madame Song laughed it off. Lu Huaishi raised his cup and drank the tea in it. He continued, not to mention Madame Song, anyone with a brain in Snow Lotus City can guess my ambition. General Lu's mansion. Heh, of course I want to be a real general. As long as someone can give me the title of general recognized by the imperial court, I'll be a true local emperor. As for whether it's Beimeng, Li Yang, the Beiliang behind Madame Song, the white-clothed war Saint Chen Jibao of Western Shu, or the King of Yen from Nanjiang, it doesn't matter. If someone can give me the right price, I'm willing to use the wealth I've accumulated over the past 20 years to bring a few thousand of my brothers to the battlefield. Madame Song smiled and said, once you're in the territory of another family, aren't you afraid of being bullied by others? A few thousand people are enough to dominate Snow Lotus City. As long as you leave your hometown and join the army, even if you're in the Western Shu Path, which has the least number of soldiers, I'm afraid you won't be able to speak as loudly as you do now. Lu Huaishi rubbed his chin and laughed heartily. That's why it's one thing to wait for the right price to raise one's status. It's another thing to open one's eyes and find a family that's easy to get along with. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been unable to get the title of general until today. To be honest, Huang Chunyu, who lives in Madame Song's Snow Lotus Pavilion, is just one of the many forces that have offered to recruit me. Other than the Western Shu Path promising me the title of a general with a surplus title and the right to command 3,000 troops, the Southern Jiang offered me an even higher price. A secret messenger from the Dragon Palace promised me the title of a general of the lower 3rd rank, Fenwu General, and one of the generals of the Liang Imperial Court. He also promised me that as long as I reach Nanjiang, I'll be promoted to the position of a general on the same day. Furthermore, all the brothers who leave Snow Lotus City will not be separated. Not only that, he also promised me an additional 6,000 troops. As for the Zhao family of Liang, someone from the Weaver Bureau of Western Shu also came to my mansion. It's just that he's a little petty, so I won't mention it. However, Madame Song continued, the northern barbarians offered the highest price. It's definitely impossible for you to become a general of the Beimeng, but at the very least, you'll be a general's. They might even promise you that after you conquer Beiliang and conquer the Central Plains, you'll be a governor of the border. At that time, you'll have enough military merits, and the title of a prince with a different surname will be just around the corner. However, General Lu isn't sure about the outcome of the war at Liangmeng. He's afraid that Beiliang will bully the weak and fear the strong. He's even more afraid that Bei Meng will send you to Liuzhou or Lingzhou to die. Isn't that right? Chapter 1485. Lu Huaishi laughed and said, Mrs. Song, you're so insightful. I think you're more than qualified to be an assistant minister of the Ministry of War in Liang. Lu Huaishi suddenly lowered his voice and narrowed his eyes, as if trying to hide his sharpness. Rumor has it that there's a Wutong Inn on Mount Qingliang. Women from the Hanlin Academy will replace the young vassal king. It's not bad for Mrs. Song to be a female scholar in that Beiliang. Yu Qingling brought 2 pots of wine. It was Beiliang's green ant wine, which wasn't a rare thing. Even in the capital, which hated Beiliang, green ant wine was still popular, especially among the people. The spicy green ant wine was very popular. Because of its low price and high quality, it was the best choice in Liang's water transport system. Yu Qingling placed 3 bowls on the table. After filling all 3 bowls, the aroma of the wine assailed their nostrils. Yu Qingling knew that although Mrs. Song rarely drank, her alcohol tolerance was astounding. Drinking wine was like drinking water. It was easy for her to make 2 or 3 so-called wine heroes collapse. Mrs. Song picked up the bowl and drank it in 1 gulp without saying a word. Lu Huaishi also drank the green ant wine in 1 gulp. When he reached out to ask for more from Yu Qingling, he looked at Mrs. Song and said self-mockingly, Madam, I think I'm quite straightforward today. Can't Snow Lotus House give me a straightforward answer as well? Su Fengyan finally spoke. General Lu isn't very straightforward. Lu Huaishi smiled and turned to look at the only man in more than a decade who could make Mrs. Song willingly serve as his foil. Oh, what do you mean, young master? Su Fengyan looked at him and said calmly, Yesterday there were 2 fights in the alley in the northeast of Snow Lotus City. In the first fight, General Lu lost his adopted son, who was qualified to take on a great responsibility. In the second fight, General Lu personally watched from a distant building. Although he couldn't see clearly, he couldn't determine the depth of my skills. He probably couldn't guess the identity of the 2 riders who entered the city late at night and left this morning. However, compared to that swordsman Xiao Mu of the Central Plains, compared to Meng Li of the Snow Lotus Tower outside the house, and compared to you, General Lu, it is obvious that I am in a higher realm. Most importantly, you brought 200 of the mansion's most elite troops and rushed over aggressively with the idea of subduing the enemy without a fight. The reason why you had the spy you planted in Snow Lotus Parlor tell them to hold back their troops before I entered the room was because you, Lu Huaishi, learned of my true identity at the last moment. That person was afraid of my cultivation, so he didn't dare to speak. Maybe he wrote King of Beiliang or Su Fengyan on the table with tea, right? Mrs. Song raised her head and glared at Yu Qingling. The latter's face instantly paled. Lu Huaishi put down the wine bowl and rested his hands on his thighs. Then he stood up and bowed with cupped fists. Commoner Lu Huaishi greets Prince Liang. Then Lu Huaishi raised his head and grinned. You can kill me or torture me as you wish, Prince Liang. But Lu Huaishi only asks for one thing, and that is, don't blame this girl. Su Fengyan took a small sip of wine. The weather was still cold in late spring, and Lu Huaishi was soon sweating profusely. Su Fengyan smiled. General Lu, take your men back to the mansion first. This king still needs to consider what price Beiliang will offer. Oh, right. When you go back, send the Snow Lotus to Snow Lotus Parlor. Lu Huaishi bowed and left the room. Inside the room, Mrs. Song's face was cold. She grabbed the porcelain bowl that was still filled with green ant wine and smashed it on the head of Yu Qingling, who was kneeling on the ground. The wine seeped into her hair and mixed with the blood on her head. Mrs. Song wanted to kneel down as well, but found that she couldn't stand up from the chair. Su Fengyan smiled. I don't want to comfort Mrs. Song, but what happened today isn't a bad thing. Mrs. Song glanced at Yu Qingling and gritted her teeth. According to the rules of Whisk Shui Room, as Yu Qingling's guide, the lightest punishment I can receive is to break one of my arms. Yu Qingling kowtowed on the ground and said in grief, Mrs. Song, I deserve to die. Your Highness, please don't punish Mrs. Song. Yu Qingling is willing to commit suicide as an apology. Su Fengnian sneered. Yu Qingling, Lu Huaishi begged for mercy for you, and you begged for mercy for Mrs. Song. But do you believe that you were sincere? Lu Huaishi, on the other hand, was scheming to protect himself. He seemed manly, but in reality, he was a vicious person who relied on his instincts to make the best decision. Perhaps you're wondering why I could see through it and think that I, Su Fengnian, am slandering Lu Huaishi, who has always been open and above board even when doing evil things. Su Fengnian laughed at himself. If you really want to give a reason, it can only be explained that I'm also a cold-hearted person. It's always more accurate for a bad person to see another bad person. It's not that I can't force Lu Huaishi to kill you in order to live. It's just that when your emotions were fluctuating, Lu Huaishi was also certain that I wouldn't kill him easily. If he acted casually in front of you, you would only be more infatuated with him. Who knows, you might even bite your tongue and commit suicide. Yu Qingling only had a trace of doubt in her heart, but she quickly raised her head with a firm gaze. I won't. Su Fengnian wiped the edge of the wine bowl with his sleeve and handed it to Mrs. Song. He directly picked up the wine jar and drank a mouthful of wine. He said indifferently, Actually, whether I kill Lu Huaishi or not is a small matter, because Lu Huaishi can't decide who to side with. Before I appeared, he could only choose to side with Western Shu. This guy is full of lies. For example, he said that the offers from Western Shu and Nanjiang were real, but the offer from the Weaving Bureau of Liang Imperial Court was fake. The reason why Lu Huaishi didn't agree was because he knew that it was just a pie on paper. No matter how big the pie was, he couldn't eat it. The forces of Western Shu under Chen Jibao's command might be able to tolerate a General Lu of Shuilian City who ruled over a territory and allowed him to live freely on the border. However, they definitely wouldn't allow Lu Huaishi to lead his people anywhere. As long as he dared to take a single step out of Shuilian City, he was doomed to die. That was why the one Lu Huaishi truly wanted to rely on was the Northern Mang that he thought was a sure win. That was why he was waiting. Only when the Northern Mang took down Huda City and invaded Liang Province's territory would he declare his stance. If by any chance Northern Mang suffered a defeat in this war, he would settle for the next best thing, switching to Western Shu's embrace. Chen Jibao didn't attach any importance to a person like him, and the several thousand stragglers he brought with him at all, undoubtedly breaking up his troops. Of course, this was Lu Huaishi's plan before he met me. After tonight, if he had an urgent need, he would open the temple door without burning incense and offer pigs and sheep when the time came. On the surface, Bei Mang was loyal to him and didn't have a good future, but secretly contacted Western Shu. If you don't believe me, I can ask Madame Song to send you to personally monitor the meeting between General Lu's mansion and Western Shu. When the time comes, you will definitely be disappointed with Lu Huaishi. Su Fengnian suddenly smiled. However, Yu Qingling will definitely not be able to resist going to Lu Huaishi while you're monitoring him. He just said a few words, and your heart softened again. It's not your fault. Fu Shui's room and spy are all inferior to the person you like. Yu Qingling lowered her head again and bit her lips. Life was short, but love was long. Su Fengnian stood up and walked to the window. He looked at the night scenery of Snow Lotus City, which was like a paradise. It must have been hard for Lu Huaishi to resist the temptation of your body. Did he personally promise you that he would only consummate his marriage with you after officially marrying you? Yu Qingling finally broke down and sobbed silently. Madame Song asked Meng Li, who was outside the room, to take Yu Qingling away and lock her up. She came to Su Fengnian's side and said with a bitter smile, "I've made a fool of myself in front of your highness. I've also disappointed your highness." Su Fengnian shook his head and didn't say anything. Madame Song forced a smile and no longer called herself a servant. "I'm very curious. Why is your highness so tolerant of Yu Qingling? If it were me, I would also ruthlessly kill her." Su Fengnian leaned against the window and said with a smile, "It's very simple. Because my mother once told me that the world is not good. It's harder for women to live, especially beautiful women. So my mother told me that when I grew up, I shouldn't bully people if I could. I should treat them as well as I can." Madame Song stared at the young man and smiled gently. "Unfortunately, Song Huang, was born more than 10 years early." Su Fengnian turned his head and blinked. He asked, "Isn't Madame only 20 years old this year?" Chapter 1486. Madame Song, who had a high tolerance for alcohol, blushed as if she had drunk 1,000 white cups of wine. "Is that so? But I was already 16 years old when I first met the general and the princess with the young lady." Su Fengnian smiled. The two of them leaned against the window. After a long time, Madame Song said softly, "Every minute of the night is worth 1,000 gold. Young Master Su, do you want to rest? Do you need someone to serve you?" Su Fengnian said seriously, "The bed in my room is a bit small." Madame Song spat, stood up straight, and turned to leave. She said, "I just don't like to be eaten by an old cow." "What do you mean by looking 20 years old? Who are you trying to fool?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "If you have the chance, go back to Beiliang. My sister will be very happy." She stopped and sighed. She shook her head and left the room. Su Fengnian took the wine jar from the table and leaned against the window to look at the brightly lit Snow Lotus City. After drinking more than half of the wine, there was a knock on the door. He turned around and said, "Come in." Swordsman Xiao Mu and the young boy and girl who were taking refuge in the Snow Lotus building walked into the room together. Xiao Mu cupped his fists and said, "Young master, I have received the Snow Lotus. I will go to Beiliang to work for you in half a year at the latest." Su Fengnian nodded and smiled. "I trust you." Ma Jiabao's daughter immediately gathered her courage and asked, "Hey, Senior Sword Immortal, did you win against Tuoba Bodhisattva?" Su Fengnian joked. "After the fight, I vomited a few pounds of blood. Do you think I won?" The young girl exclaimed, "So miserable." The young boy said carefully, "Uncle Xiao said that your opponent is the second most powerful expert in the world, the army god of Beimeng. Senior Sword Immortal won't be embarrassed if you lose by accident." Su Fengnian looked at Xiao Mu, who was deeply grateful to him, and said, "I will leave Snow Lotus City early tomorrow. Please go to Ma Jiabao. You can bring Meng Li from the Snow Lotus building. He is also a second-grade master." Xiao Mu nodded and did not refuse. The youth suddenly blushed and asked, "Senior Sword Immortal, that heartless old man likes to lie. Why don't you tell me the truth? If I practice martial arts, can I become an expert? If I don't have any achievements in martial arts, then I'll just be an honest lotus collector in the future." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Your aptitude isn't very good, but your luck shouldn't be bad. Otherwise, you wouldn't have met that old man, Xiao Mu, and most importantly me. So I'll give you a suggestion. Do you want to listen?" The young man nodded vigorously while pecking at the rice. The young girl rolled her eyes and said, "Grow up." Su Fengnian said, "I have a brother who traveled alone in Jianghu before he became a top-notch swordsman. You can ask Uncle Xiao to take you to Jianghu in the Central Plains. If you think it's boring to travel alone, you can elope with Miss Ma." The young man was at a loss. He looked forward to it and felt nervous. He smiled foolishly at the young girl. The young girl pointed at Su Fengnian and said angrily, "Is there a senior sword immortal like you who wants to do nothing but play tricks? Hong Shuji wants to travel in Jianghu? Fine. But if he wants to follow you, you have to teach him swordsmanship." Su Fengnian joked, "Oh, you haven't married him yet, but you already know how to make plans for him." The young girl turned her neck and acted like a rascal. "Just tell me if you agree. Or not." Xiao Mu rubbed the young man's head. Then, with eyes full of smiles, he pretended to be angry and glared at the young girl. "What's wrong? Little Ma, do you dislike Uncle Xiao's martial arts? Although Uncle Xiao can't compare with Senior, in Snow Lotus City, I can still fight with Lu Huaishi for hundreds of rounds. In Uncle Xiao's hometown in the Central Plains, the descendants of the 4th or 5th rank local officials want to be my disciple and learn the sword. Miss Ma, you have to eat one bite at a time. Don't eat until you become fat. If that happens, it won't be you who dislike Uncle Xiao, but Hong Shuji, who doesn't want you anymore." Compared to Su Fengnian, who killed people with bloody means, the young girl who was closer to Xiao Mu said shyly, "Uncle Xiao, you're not a good person either. Hong Shuji will become bad sooner or later if she follows you. I'm worried." The young girl stomped her feet and ran out of the house with Hong Shuji. They started to discuss how to elope and travel in Jianghu together. Xiao Mu cupped his fists and said sincerely, "Senior, take care." Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, "I'm not a senior. I'm younger than you." Xiao Mu was stunned and said, "Senior, you're very humorous." When Xiao Mu walked out of the house, 2 women walked in together. They were the purple bamboo fairy, Huang Chunyu, and the arrogant woman from the Lu family who couldn't control her mouth. Su Fengnian was a little self-deprecating. Had he become the most popular courtesan in a brothel? The woman from the Lu family, who had changed back into a woman's dress, questioned, "You broke Marquis Zhang's tendons and destroyed his martial arts. You made him live a life worse than death. Aren't you afraid of revenge?" Su Fengnian didn't pay attention to the woman with small breasts and no brains. He looked at Huang Chunyu, who came from the Sword Mountain, and asked, "What's the matter?" Compared to the arrogant woman from the Lu family, Huang Chunyu naturally had more experience in Jianghu and knew how to deal with people. She didn't pretend to be a girl of Jianghu. Instead, she bowed like a weak and virtuous woman. After straightening her slender waist, she said in a soft and apologetic voice, "Grandpa Erwan has left Snow Lotus City. He said that he wants to follow the footsteps of a senior and travel with a sword. Grandpa Erwan asked me to tell you that he has no regrets in this life. He also said that he already knows your identity, but he won't say a word. Grandpa Erwan also said that in his lifetime, he will write a famous poem for you." Su Fengnian leaned against the window with some kindness in his eyes. "Okay." Huang Chunyu's eyebrows were like flowing autumn water. She said tirelessly, "Our Sword Mountain accounts for nearly half of the 10 sceneries of Western Shu. They are the Bamboo Sea, Old Lord Pavilion, Lingyun Stone Buddha, and the Moonlight Cauldron. If you pass by Western Shu in the future, I hope you can come to the Sword Mountain to enjoy the scenery. If you don't mind, I can lead the way for you." Su Fengnian smiled. "If I have the chance to go to Western Shu in the future, if I still have the leisure to enjoy the scenery, then I will definitely go to the Sword Mountain." Huang Chunyu smiled innocently. It was hard to imagine that she was the cold beauty who was famous in the Jianghu of Western Shu. Su Fengnian said casually, "I once went on a long journey and only went to Mount Qingcheng. I missed your sword mountain. If I may ask, I don't know if the old ancestor of your sword mountain is still alive. I only know that the old ancestor went into seclusion to comprehend the sword many years ago. There has been no news of him in Jianghu for so many years." When it came to the secrets of the sect, Huang Chunyu's expression was a little awkward. For a top sect, it didn't matter how many people there were. It only depended on whether there were first-class masters and how many there were. Therefore, whether the old ancestor of the Sword Mountain was dead or still in seclusion was a world of difference. Old ancestor Du of the Sword Sect was a martial arts grandmaster who had fought Li Chungang on his way to Shu for the sword trial. He was a rare existence in the entire Western Shu. To say that he could defeat Sword God Li in that era was tantamount to a fool's dream. It was not even wishful thinking to hope for a tie. If the current Jianghu of the Central Plains was a scene of heroes rising together, then thinking back to the past, Li Chungang alone was the Jianghu, and all the outstanding people. Su Fengnian did not force her. He smiled and said, "If he is no longer alive, help me propose a toast to Old Ancestor Du. If Old Ancestor Du is still alive, please help me pass on a message." The Tang Sword Chi scripture that Old Ancestor Du wrote when he was in the prime of his life, the 2 moves of pulling the Sky River and washing the troops' armor were quite imposing. Huang Chunyu nodded her head gracefully and obediently. The woman of the Lu family, who was ignored, pointed at Su Fengnian and said angrily, "Do you think I am blind? Do you know who I am?" Su Fengnian asked back, "Are you the Empress Yen Danwu? Or Xian Yuan Qingfeng of Mount Hui? Or Chun Yu?" Then Su Fengnian said coldly, "If you are not, then get out of here." She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, shouting, "I will bite you to death," as she ran towards Su Fengnian. Huang Chunyu quickly said goodbye and hugged this reckless girl's waist, quickly bringing her out of the house. After Huang Chunyu stepped out of the door, she suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "Young master, I almost forgot to tell you. Grandpa Wan said that he has already thought of the title of the poem. It will be called The Journey of the Fierce Blade in the Snow." Chapter 1487. The second chapter is before midnight. The third chapter is before midnight. Su Fengnian had already left the city when the sky was still dark. Madame Song personally saw him off, and the 2 parted at the city gate. Lanterns were hung high on the city wall, making it as bright as day. Su Fengnian noticed that Madame Song, who was dressed elegantly, had not only changed into a red, yellow, wide-sleeved gown, but also seemed to have put on some makeup. She sat high on the horse, her beautiful skirt trailing behind her. Under the illumination of the lanterns, she looked especially beautiful. Su Fengnian had already discussed all the matters that he needed to pay attention to in the Snow Lotus house. Feigning civility with the fence-sitter Lu Huaishi was of the utmost importance. The spies from Beiliang and Western Shu would use this person as bait. Su Fengnian wore the old cold knife that had broken into 2 pieces at his waist. He carried an inconspicuous cotton bag with a few changes of clothes and some yellow and white items on his back. As they parted, Madame Song lived up to her reputation as the woman who had written the phrase, carrying a knife and standing alone in all directions, shining through the clouds at night. She did not show any signs of embarrassment, and smiled as she cupped her fists and said, "Even if you accompany a friend for 1,000 miles, you still have to part in the end. Take care, Your Highness." Su Fengnian nodded and reminded, "Like I said before, the Snow Lotus House is only the Snow Lotus House. There is no need for you to personally participate in the battle. Unless it is absolutely necessary, don't try to be a hero. It is not easy to find a three-legged toad, but there are plenty of two-legged men who want to be heroes. Madame Song smiled and said, "Is that so? I thought all men were three-legged." Su Fengnian laughed it off, and then said, "Seriously, don't think that I am being overly sentimental. It is fine if Beiliang and Western Shu coexist peacefully. However, as long as Qin Jibao turns his attention away from the Central Plains, he will soon reveal his true intentions. At that time, not just your Snow Lotus House, but all the strongholds of the Fu Shui House in Western Shu and Nanjiao will be uprooted overnight. I don't need to say much about Qin Jibao's style of doing things. That is why I have already asked Chu Lushan to arrange your escape route. All of you are priceless treasures of Beiliang." Madame Song's eyes were calm and peaceful. Su Fengnian took the cold blade from his waist, which had been broken in the fight, and threw it to Madame Song. "Northern cold blade only kills outsiders." Su Fengnian's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Madame Song held the cold saber and slowly raised her hand. She was unwilling to put it down. The simple and austere saber and the slender and delicate arm formed a sharp contrast that could capture one's soul. The burly Meng Li had appeared in the shadows near the city gate. His eyes were complicated, and his face was gloomy. Ever since this taciturn man had volunteered to be sent to Snow Lotus City 12 years ago, he had conscientiously helped Song Huang build a tall building from the ground. 2 8-story Mandarin duck pavilions were unique even in the rich and fertile land of West Shu. He had been through life and death situations for more than 10 years. Time and time again, he had to dress his wounds alone. Time and time again, he looked at that figure from afar. He could see it, but he could not catch it. Meng Li leaned against the city wall. His expression was uncertain. In the eyes of this bloodthirsty man, Madame Song was like a bunch of enchanting begonias in a silver vase. He was willing to stand in the distance and watch the flowers slowly wither, but if someone wanted to pluck the flowers and put them in their sleeves, no matter who that person was or what status they had, Meng Li would be worried. At some point, Madame Song had put on her cold saber and rode to the foot of the city wall. Meng Li stood in the shadows. She should not have seen his strange expression. Suddenly, Madame Song reached out her hand and fanned near her nose. She mischievously said, "Meng Li, why do I smell jealousy?" Meng Li's face instantly turned red. He was at a loss. Madame Song dismounted and led the horse forward. Meng Li hesitated for a moment before quickly following. Madame Song said softly, "Meng Li, I already know what you're thinking." While Madame Song was probably thinking of some gentle words, Meng Li had already bitterly said, "Madam, I also know." Madame Song stopped and patted Meng Li's shoulder. For the first time, she looked at this man with a rough face but a delicate mind. She was in high spirits. Her limpid eyes were overflowing with color. She pointed at the Central Plains and said boldly, "Meng Li, you're a man. Why do you have to be so pretentious? Maybe I, Song Huang, will never like you in my life. However, you can make me remember that there is a man named Meng Li. The border of Liangmang is already filled with the smoke of war, and the Central Plains will soon be filled with war drums. You've been reading books on the art of war all these years. Do you want to stay in Snow Lotus City and waste your time, or do you want to go out and fight?" Meng Li was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, "Madam, can I not go to the Beiliang Frontier Army, but go to Liangmang instead?" Madame Song handed the reins to Meng Li and laughed. "Why not? From now on, Whispering Room and Snow Lotus House will just treat Meng Li as dead." Meng Li suddenly mounted the horse and turned it around. After galloping for a dozen steps, he turned around again. He clenched his fist and hammered his chest. "Song Huang, I, Meng Li, have liked you for 12 years. I've also done my best to protect you for 12 years. I don't regret it. Even now, I'm still very happy. If I become successful in the future, I'll definitely come back to Snow Lotus City to find you. If I unfortunately die at the border of Liangmang, I hope you can offer me a few cups of wine every Qingming festival." Madame Song laughed loudly and said, "Don't die if you have the ability." Meng Li left the city and went to Liangmang alone. At this time, Song Huang and Meng Li did not expect that in the future Liang Shilin and Jiang Hu to jointly create the two auspicious talismans rushing north, torrents. Meng Li had unknowingly become one of the first people to set off. Su Fengnian, who had left the city earlier, also did not expect that he would coincidentally encounter a martial arts event in the remote western regions. This caused him to stop for a while on his way back to the north. In the past 100 years, because Li Chungang and Wang Xianji had been too powerful, the entire Jianghu under them was like a fight between ants no matter how much trouble they caused. In addition, Li Chungang and his sword were too elusive. Later on, Wang Xianji's hands were tied in the martial emperor city of the Eastern Sea. This caused the Jianghu of Li Yang to be lively for 100 years, but in the end, it was not as lively as before. It wasn't until Xianyuan Qingfeng became the chief of the Wulin Alliance that this situation began to change. Of the four grandmasters, Su, Chao, and Tuoba, none of them were pure Jianghu people. Dong Tai appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and the other 10 martial arts judges were also shrouded in mystery. This made Xianyuan Zi, who was rumored to be admired by the Emperor of Liang and who the new Prince of Liang wanted to gift with the martial arts manuals, become the undisputed leader of the Central Plains, Jianghu. Apart from the publicly recognized top 10 sects, the Sword Tomb of the Wu family, the Dragon Palace of Nanjiang, and the Fish Dragon Gang of Beiliang were at the bottom of the list. After the Martial Arts Society meeting at Great Snow Ping, many new lists were released near Liangsan. These lists abandoned those martial arts grandmasters and Jianghu sects that were too high in status. They were newly evaluated as the 4 fairies, the 4 sages, and the top 10 sects. In addition, there were also titles such as the 12 chiefs and the 8 demon lords. Although these lists were no longer lofty, it was precisely because they were approachable that they were as vigorous as weeds. Soon, everyone in Liangjing knew about them. Under this general trend, 2 major events occurred in the bustling Liangjiang Lake. One was that Xianyuan Qingfeng had come out from his closed-door training. In just half a year, he had comprehended the pass of immortality, and his realm had skyrocketed. He was born from the 12 chiefs of auspicious talisman of the 13 grades of spring and autumn. Xianyuan Qingfeng was the chiefs of sword, saber, and Dao. The second major event was that while Xianyuan Qingfeng was in closed-door training, someone had stolen 16 of the best martial arts manuals from the library in Great Snow Ping. Later, it was said that 6 of the 8 big figures of the evil way had joined hands to do it. Then, a second martial arts society meeting was held in Great Snow Ping. Although Xianyuan Qingfeng did not show up, under the leadership of Huang Fanghua, the chief guest of Mount Hui, he set the tone of the battle between good and evil with those respected sect leaders. For a time, all the heroes gathered and were excited, vowing to hunt down and kill the 6 evil people who dared to challenge the number 1 holy land in Jianghu, Great Snow Ping. The first-class Jianghu forces carrying the banner of enforcing justice on behalf of heaven set off from Mount Huishan, passed through Xiangfan in the middle of the Central Plains, passed through western Shu, and tirelessly chased the enemy all the way to the western regions. Along the way, countless second- and third-class gangs joined in. Whether they had nothing better to do and wanted to join in the fun or wanted to build a relationship with Mount Huishan, in short, the flow from east to west was getting bigger and bigger. There were thousands of people. The movement was so big that not only the garrisons of Jiangnan Circuit and Western Shu Circuit were alerted, they were in a state of panic for a while. Moreover, it was said that even the young nobles of the Zhao family secretly joined in. Most of them just wanted to see the purple dress of Mount Huishan. A few of them secretly recruited the forces of Jianghu in order to seek self-protection in the imminent turmoil. Therefore, it could be said that the fish and the dragons were mixed together to participate in the grand undertaking. Chapter 1488. At that time, Su Fengnian was riding alone and stopped beside a gravel path that was trodden by traveling merchants all year round. He was a little dumbfounded. This path was actually filled with endless streams of people, and it was a rare scene of a boiling cauldron of voices, as if they were going to a market. Among them, there was a group of Jianghu men who were dressed in bright clothes and were riding on horses. The other women were holding zither, kongho, hule, and other musical instruments. Most of them were Jianghu men who were roaming the Jianghu. They were dressed in bright clothes and riding on horses. The swords and sabers on their waists were all valuable weapons. Among them, more than half of them were wearing white robes and white robes. There were also a few who were unconventional and had wooden swords on their waists. In the mighty group, there were also people riding donkeys and carrying branches. Naturally, these guys were the firm admirers of the peach blossom sword god, Dong Tai. Su Fengnian had been to Liang Lake twice. The first time, he felt like he was walking at the foot of the mountain, where he could only crawl and roll in the mud without being able to see the scenery at the top. The second time, he walked on the top of the mountain like an immortal who was enjoying the clouds and drinking the dew. It was really an eye-opener for him to see so many Jianghu men who were too good to be humble in one breath. Su Fengnian stopped his horse and didn't move forward. He didn't have a horse that was worth hundreds of gold coins, nor did he carry any weapons. In fact, he was not eye-catching. For ordinary young people who wandered the Jianghu, even if they had a first-class appearance, they didn't mean much to men. Even for women, if they didn't know how to build connections, they could only be a heroine with a little reputation in a county of Banzhou. It was hard to be called a fairy. Even if they saw Su Fengnian, the men just glanced at him, and the women just looked around. At most, they would look back and take a second look. They felt that it was a pity that this handsome young man was not from a famous sect. Otherwise, they could find a chance to win him over. It should be known that the top 10 new talents in the Wulin world were all related to the 10 great sects of the Four Sages. For example, Dou Changfeng, who had a toad-like face, liked to stick out his tongue and lick his lips when he was free. Eating at the same table with him would make one lose appetite. Just because he had a good master who had a place in the great snow square of Mount Hui, he was always surrounded by women. Su Fengnian looked at the crowd in front of him quietly and sighed with emotion. Previously, the spy had sent a message to the Snow Lotus Tower that Tantai Ningjing had rushed to the Guangling Taoism. Chao Chongqing's transition from the holy path to the domineering path was undoubtedly another proof that the Confucian sages of the past dynasties often didn't have a good ending. It should be known that under the devil suppression well in the Water-Moon Mirror, there were those famous Confucian sages who were famous for their benevolence and righteousness. In the eyes of ordinary people, this must be a strange thing, but in the eyes of the Qi trainers in the world, this was the cycle of the heavenly way. After confirming that Su Fengnian was out of danger, Su Yanbing took a newly accepted disciple to the pass in the south of Lingzhou bordering Liangshu to meet his fellow disciple, Han Lao's Han. It seemed that he was entrusting his son to him. Perhaps he didn't want to have any regrets before the life and death battle with Huyen Daguan. Suddenly, someone laughed loudly and swept across the yellow sand. Although this person was excellent in martial arts, he didn't offend the crowd by flying over the heads of the people in the middle of the path. Instead, he rode on the wind beside the path of the unknown people like Su Fengnian. His figure rose and fell like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, bringing up bursts of yellow dust. Su Fengnian was wrapped in the dust. After the master flew over the man and the horse, the yellow sand hit them in the face. Su Fengnian didn't care about it and just casually scattered the sand. Around him were a lot of people who were forced to eat the sand and curses. A young pedestrian closest to Su Fengnian was stepped on by the flying master on the shoulder. Although he wasn't injured, he staggered and bumped into Su Fengnian's mount. Su Fengnian bent down and gently held the poor guy's head. After letting go, the man raised his head and didn't seem to be flustered and exasperated. He said gratefully with a good temper, "Thank you, young master." Su Fengnian shook his head and asked with a smile, "Where are all of you going?" The man's eyes widened. "Young master, are you from the western regions?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "I'm heading north from Snow Lotus City. I'm very curious as to why so many Jianghu heroes suddenly appeared here." The young man with an old cotton bag on his back laughed and said, "No wonder, no wonder. Young master, you don't know? Not only are there nearly 1,000 Jianghu heroes on this road, but all the masters of the Central Plains are also heading west. They are divided into 3 groups and are heading to a small town in the western regions dozens of miles away. They are going to meet the Wulin Alliance chief there and discuss how to kill the 6 great devils together. In fact, there aren't many first-class grandmasters on this road. The other 2 groups are full of masters. Hey, it's just that they are moving too fast. My legs can't keep up with them, so I have to settle for the next best thing." Su Fengnian dismounted and walked forward with the cheerful young man. The latter couldn't help but take a few more glances at Su Fengnian's mount. His eyes were full of undisguised envy. Su Fengnian saw that the young man looked tired, and his footsteps were light. He smiled and asked the young man to take off his bag and hang it on the horse's back. The young man didn't stand on ceremony and sincerely thanked Su Fengnian. He took the opportunity to pat the back of the horse a few times and praised it for its excellent colt. The young man saw that this young master didn't seem like a rich man who was difficult to get close to. Moreover, this young master was a lively person who couldn't keep his words to himself. Therefore, he opened his mouth and told Su Fengnian about the scale of this trip to the western regions. His face was brimming with pride as a Central Plains man. Without needing Su Fengnian to ask, the young man took out his family's wealth. He came from Yanglu County, Gangnam-do, which was the richest in the world. His name was Shun Chonging, and his master was one of the last consecrated elders in the county. However, he was only one of more than 10 disciples in name other than the direct disciples. This time, there were more than 20 people from the sect who were heading to the western regions. However, they were all proud disciples of the sect leader and the 3 deputy sect leaders. They were not on the same side and couldn't join in the fun. Therefore, he had to travel alone. After talking about his family's affairs, Shun Chongeng, who boasted that he was the messenger of Yanglu County, began to introduce Su Fengnian to the important people on the road. "Hey, do you see those women in front who are all playing musical instruments? Don't underestimate them just because they are girls. They are all extraordinary. They are all fairies from the Misty Mountain, the 2nd largest sect in Huainan Dao. The Misty Mountain only accepts women and is divided into 2 peaks. The women of the 2 peaks are seated according to the positions of the ceremonial courtesans and ceremonial courtesans. Oh, right, these courtesans are definitely not prostitutes. Young master, you must not blaspheme against them. You must know that the Misty Mountain sect leader, the Flying Cicada Fairy, has a technique to retain her youthful appearance. She is already 50 years old, but she is still as graceful and moving as a 16-year-old woman. Even in the great snow plateau of Mount Hui, her seat is also very close to the front. Her reputation in the Jianghu is also extremely good. After our Wulin Alliance chief came out of seclusion, he discussed the Jianghu together with 18 leaders of the righteous path. The Flying Cicada Fairy is one of the 18. As for those nuns, they come from the Jingxi Nunnery of the Southern Peak Zen Mountain. In the past year, they have been competing with the Tranquil Heart Monastery, which also established a sect in the Southern Peak Zen Mountain for the position of Mountain Lord. It is said that the Wulin Alliance chief will recognize whoever makes the greatest contribution this time as the master of the Southern Peak. The one at the front is a big monk who is 10 feet tall and has a red sandalwood bead around his neck. His nickname is the Red Sandalwood Monk. He is a famous expert in Liaodong. Currently, there are 16 loose immortals in the Jianghu, and he is one of them. It is said that when he was young, he found an old ginseng that was only 10 years away from being 1,000 years old. He bitterly waited for it for a full 10 years. After eating the old ginseng, his internal energy greatly increased, and he was able to become a loose immortal. I heard that the string of the red sandalwood Buddhist beads is made of the roots of the old ginseng. Even if you have a divine weapon that can cut through hair, you can't cut it. The group of young masters and daughters riding horses are all disciples of the famous Orthodox sects in the Jianghu, which is an important martial arts town in the southeast of Liang. I call these people the second or third generation of the senior generation. Don't the officials have the second generation and the descendants of the generals? They are all disciples and grand disciples of the local martial arts grandmasters who are famous in Jianghu. Naturally, they are the second or third generation of the senior generation. As for me, forget about it. My Taiga's sect. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by young master, but in reality, there's no way for us to compete with those 4 or 5 top-notch sects in the county. We can only shut our doors and pretend to be masters. My direct disciple brothers can only show off in the county. Once we leave our hometown, aren't we just serving tea to other people of the same age who come from famous sects? Anyway, I can't stand it anymore. I'm happy to be free and unfettered. At least, I don't have to act according to other people's wishes. Su Fengnian patiently listened to the young man's long-winded chatter with a tranquil smile. Shen Changging's mouth was dry from talking. Su Fengnian handed him a pot of green ant wine that he had brought from the Snow Lotus Tower. Shen Changging, who had never tasted this kind of wine, did not know the severity of the situation. He took a big gulp and felt as if his throat was on fire. His face turned red, and he coughed continuously. When he handed the pot back, he said awkwardly, "This wine is really fierce." Su Fengnian saw a few riders passing by from the corner of his eyes. One of the riders was a woman whose breasts were undulating along with the back of the horse. He chuckled softly and said, "Is it as fierce as this heroine?" Shen Changging's eyes lit up. They were both men, so they quickly understood each other's intentions. He felt closer to this young master, who was not pedantic and inflexible. He nodded with a smile and said, "What an imposing manner." Chapter 1489. Unable to control his emotions, Shen Changging's voice was not soft. The riders had unusually sharp ears, so they quickly reined in their horses and turned their heads, glaring fiercely at the 2 slick and poor fellows. After one of the escorts dismounted, he walked toward them with a ferocious smile. Shen Changging admitted that he was in the wrong, but he did not want to implicate the young master beside him. He took a few steps forward and cupped his fist, wanting to admit his mistake. Unexpectedly, that person did not give him the opportunity to report his name and sect. He raised his foot high and stomped on Shen Changging's chest. The travel-worn Shen Changging's lapel shook with a burst of dust. Under the huge impact, he was sent flying backward in the blink of an eye. Su Fengnian reached out to support Shen Changging's back and deliberately took a few steps back before he barely supported Shen Changging's body. Su Fengnian gently pulled Shen Changging behind him and raised his elbow to block the kick. Then, he looked up at the smiling heroine on horseback and said with a smile, "We were rude first. I hope everyone can forgive us." Shen Changging's face turned red. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "We were rude first. Please forgive us." The strong young man, who did not achieve anything, obviously felt that he had lost face in front of the fairy. He deliberately kicked up the yellow sand with the tip of his foot as he ran forward. He made a set of dazzling fist moves with his hands, and dust flew up. He was so imposing that he shouted angrily, "You're looking for death. Forgive you my ass. Grandpa will teach you how to be a man today." But what happened next made the young man's group and all the onlookers on the road not know whether to laugh or cry. They saw the handsome young man pull the troublemaker behind him and run away. He didn't even care about the horse, turning around and running away. The strong young man spat and did not bother to chase. He got back on the horse and continued to talk and laugh with his companions. Recently, there was a new custom in Liang Jianghu. The reason was that before Mount Huishanzi became the rightful Wulin Alliance leader, there was a famous contest in Jianghu at the end of the series of famous battles at Quicksnow Mountain Villa. Her opponent was a famous Jianghu figure in his 70s. He had a fiery temper and spoke rudely. In the end, not only was he defeated by Xianyuan Qingfeng, but he also forced the old Jianghu figure to acknowledge her as his grandaunt. In these 2 years, with Xianyuan Qingfeng's unstoppable rapid rise, there were all kinds of father-son and grandfather-grandson fights in Jianghu. Whoever lost would be the son or grandson, and whoever lost would have to call the other father or grandfather. After Xianyuan Qingfeng became the #1 person in Jianghu, challengers were as numerous as carps crossing the river. Her practice was the same as Wang Xianji's in Martial Emperor City. The loser would have to leave his weapon on the weapon collecting platform. She did not make anyone acknowledge themselves as her grandson, but many busybodies began to count on their fingers and took the initiative to help this ZZ figure out who she would accept as her grandson today, and who would become Mount Huishan's son tomorrow. Many people who were slow on the road could not help but roll their eyes when they saw the two running back to take the horse. A few young girls even covered their mouths and laughed. Even the thick-skinned Shen Changging was a little embarrassed, but after seeing the calm face of the loyal young man beside him, he felt relieved. He patted the footprint on his chest and said in a low voice, "Brother, I've implicated you this time." Su Fengnian shook his head and said with a smile, "What's there to be implicated about? I'm used to it." Shen Changging had a big heart and did not dwell on this small incident. He looked at the blurry figures in the distance and said jokingly, "I should have known. That's an omen." The two slowly walked along the small path, and the crowd. Shen Changging told the young man beside him about the current Jianghu situation. This is a once-in-a-century battle between good and evil. The elites of the Central Plains are all here, led by the Moonless House in the Great Snow Plateau. Among the new 10 major sects, the Quicksnow Villa by the Lake of Spring, the Dragon Palace in Nanjiang, the Gangnam-do's Black Drum Stage, the Yuyan Villa that rose again with the help of the Dragon Rock Sword Furnace, Tai Bai Sword Sect, Jinswa Saber Manor, Shishu's Spring Invitation Cottage, plus the veteran Dongyue Sword Pool, and Beiliang's Fish Dragon Gang. The 10 major sects are all here. There is a rumor in the Jianghu that the mysterious Finger Grandmaster, Huang Fangfua, is the leader of Mount Hui. As for the whereabouts of the Wulin Alliance chief, no one knows. The only daughter of the Quicksnow Villa's manor lord, Weiqi Liangfu, is traveling in the Jianghu for the first time. The Dragon Palace's palace lord, Lin Hongyuan, is personally leading a group of top experts. The Yuyan Villa's young manor lord, Zhang Chunlin, is traveling west alone with 3 famous swords. The Tai-Bai sword sect, which once had a land sword immortal, has finally produced a young swordsman who is known as the banished immortal of the sword Dao. It is said that he has received the guidance of the peach blossom sword god. In just half a year, his sword Dao realm has improved by leaps and bounds. He has broken through the 2nd grade, 1st grade Vajra realm, and the mysterious finger realm. Therefore, this person is also known as the 4 young grandmasters, together with the person who is currently staying in Martial Emperor City, Qi Xianxiao of Mount Longhu, and the Manor Lord of Jinswa Saber Manor. They are regarded as the most outstanding figures who won't lose to the 4 grandmasters in the future. This guy who is not even 18 years old, isn't he powerful? Su Fengnian smiled and nodded, yes, he is very powerful. Shun Changing sighed. Among the 4 young people, the Manor Lord of Jinswa Saber Manor is actually more famous than the banished immortal of the Tai-Bai sword sect. It can't be helped. She is not even 30 years old, but she is already a genuine saber master. Moreover, she is one of the 4 fairies who are famous in the world. She is as famous as the Dragon Palace's palace lord, Lin Hongyuan, the Fish Dragon Gang's gang leader, Lu Nirong, and Lu Hunxian of the Dark Drum Stage. Su Fengnian couldn't help but interrupt. Is the Fish Dragon Gang's gang leader also very beautiful? Shun Changing was a little puzzled. Of course, it is said that Lu Nirong, who visited Mount Hui with the martial arts manual, is as elegant as a fairy. Moreover, she is the least arrogant of the 4 fairies. She has a very good reputation in the Jianghu. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I see. Shun Changing said worriedly. It's just that this extermination of the evil demons is not a sure thing. It is said that one of the demons is a local snake in the western regions. He has thousands of horse gangs under his command. His combat power is not inferior to the iron cavalry of the Bailiang Frontier Army. Moreover, the other 5 demons are also very powerful. During their escape, they have recruited many notorious scums in the Jianghu. Several of them are also at the Master Realm. They can't be underestimated, but I think that evil will not prevail over good. We have Fairy Lu of the Fish Dragon Gang, who is familiar with the terrain of the western regions, to lead the way. Moreover, we have the leader of the Wuling Alliance, who has superb cultivation. I think we will definitely win. It depends on how much we pay. Su Fengnian whispered. It seems that there are many acquaintances. Shun Changing didn't hear Su Fengnian's muttering. He patted his chest and said, although I am not famous in the Jianghu, I know a few people. When we arrive in that town, I will definitely introduce you to them. Chapter 1490. However, Shun Changing soon realized that his boasting had been exposed. The town, which could only accommodate 400 to 500 people at most, was already overcrowded. It had long been occupied by the big shots of the top 10 gangs and the disciples of the second-tier sections. Those with solid connections and thick pockets had also entered the town through the back door. These people who could stay in the restaurants and inns were naturally superior to others. Next were the Jianghu forces stationed at the edge of the small town. Most of them were reputable sects in the provinces and counties, but they could only obediently set up their tents. Next, they would have to eat and sleep in the open. As for a nobody like Shun Changing, in addition to the fact that he had arrived late, he could not even find the Jianghu disciples from the same county that he was familiar with in the dense crowd. He stood half a li away from the small town and could only stare helplessly. Su Fengnian held back his laughter and did not speak, lest this boastful fellow beside him become even more embarrassed. Fortunately, there were some local residents in the town who were good at making money. They pushed their wheelbarrows and started a small business. They sold some dry biscuits, wine, and dried dates. Shun Changing endured his headache and bought 2 small bags of dried dates at a high price. He and Su Fengnian each had a bag of dried dates. A small bag of less than 20 dried dates cost 1 tael of silver. Shun Changing wanted to cry, but had no tears. He squatted in the crowd with Su Fengnian munching on the dates and muttering gloomily. Su Fengnian looked around. It was naturally difficult to see familiar faces in the vicinity. Obviously, he did not expect to see any Jianghu people he was not familiar with. This made Su Fengnian, who was hoping to try his luck and meet Lin Hongyuan of the Dragon Palace, lose interest in staying. He wanted to continue north after eating the dates. Su Fengnian took the pot of green ant wine from the horse's back and handed it to Shun Changing, who had been coveting it but was too embarrassed to ask for it. Shun Changing opened the cork and shook his head. He was not in a hurry to eat it. Many men and women nearby were envious. This made young hero Shun, who was trying to find joy in the midst of bitterness, very satisfied. Su Fengnian squatted on the ground and slowly threw a jujube into his mouth. He wondered why Xianyuan Qingfeng had made such a big fuss. The so-called 6 devils were not worthy of her attention. As for Shun Changing's claim of monopolizing the top 3, Su Fengnian had some meaning that outsiders would not understand. Useless monk, who had died in the hands of Chao Chongqing, most likely had met Xianyuan Qingfeng before he was alive. This great master, who made the imperial court bow to him 100 years ago, taught Xianyuan Qingfeng everything he had learned in his life. Lu Songtao did not focus on swordsmanship at that time, but he had the demeanor of a sword immortal. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the sword immortal of Jianghu at that time. With Lu Songtao's amazing talent, he must have a unique understanding of bladesmanship, which allowed Xianyuan Qingfeng to bravely advance on the path of swordsmanship. Before Zhao Huangqiao of Dragon Tiger Mountain died, he had turned into a black rainbow and flew to the snowfield. When he met with Su Fengnian on the snowfield, she deliberately hid this matter. However, both of them were shrewd people who knew each other well, so Su Fengnian was too lazy to expose it. As the main character, Hui Shanzi, had not arrived in the town yet, so everyone could only wait. Everyone was bored to death. Fortunately, in this banquet where the banner of justice was held high, it was natural for people to make friends with each other. However, every time a late Jianghu big shot passed through the crowd and entered the town, the crowd would burst into thunderous cheers. Of course, those people's reputations in the whole Jianghu would rise to a higher level. Originally, they were just heroes in a remote corner, but now they would soon spread all over Liang Jianghu. Su Fengnian squatted in the crowd and laughed at himself. Among the 14 people who participated in the martial arts evaluation, he must be the only one who was stupid enough to stay here and drink the northwest wind. Su Fengnian suddenly smiled at Shun Changing and said, "Look up." Shun Changing was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the cloudless sky. It was empty, and there was not even a bird defecating above his head. But soon, Shun Changing suddenly opened his eyes wide. Compared with most of the Jianghu people inside and outside the town, who were slow to realize what was going on, he was definitely the lucky one. A purple rainbow quickly fell into the town from the distant sky. Shun Changing's eyes were dull, and his mind was swaying. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. He even forgot why the person beside him had such foresight. He just rubbed his cheeks hard and explained to the person with emotion, "It must be the chief of Wulin." "How is it?" "Is it?" Su Fengnian nodded before Shun Changing could say anything. "Yes, it's very powerful." Shun Changing laughed loudly and poured the remaining red dates in the bag into his mouth. Then, in a fit of excitement, he imitated the legendary land sword immortal who could invisibly kill people with sword chi. He spat out the dates with a few puffs. As a result, one of the dates fell on the back of the head of a man sitting on the ground in front of him. In fact, the force was very light, and it did not hurt or itch. But in Jianghu, one had to pay attention to face more than life. The man suddenly turned his head and saw Enchanting, who was first stunned and then pretending to look up at the scenery with his mouth closed. He got up and rolled up his sleeves to give the little bastard a few slaps. Enchanting's face was sullen. He turned his head and looked at Su Fengnian, planning to run away again. However, Su Fengnian took the wine jug from his hand and threw it high to the man. He laughed and said, "Brother, don't be offended. If you want to beat people up, we'll accept it. But the world is big, and drinking is the most important thing. Drink up first." The man subconsciously caught the wine jug and smelled it. His face was intoxicated, and he drank it all in one gulp. His whole body quivered, and he gently threw the wine jug back. He glanced at the horse behind Su Fengnian and raised his arm to wipe the corner of his mouth. He laughed heartily and said, "It's strong enough. If you don't mind, we still have some bacon left. Why don't you try it together?" The two groups of people, 7 or 8 rough men, sat in a small circle. The man used a dagger to cut the bacon that was less than 2 caddies heavy. Everyone, including Su Fengnian and Enchanting, had a share. Su Fengnian took out a few taels of silver and bought about 10 caddies of wine. Someone was so happy that he slammed his bowl on the ground. This enraged the townsfolk who sold wine in bulk and could lend their bowls to the customers, but he did not dare to say anything. Fortunately, since Su Fengnian had already revealed his true colors, he simply gave all his taels of silver to the vendor. He bought the cart of 40 to 50 caddies of wine and 2 large lamb legs in one go. Su Fengnian's wealth made the originally reserved atmosphere suddenly warm up. Drinking wine and eating meat was better than being a noble. Although the wine was of poor quality, it was still intoxicating after drinking a few caddies. One of the men who could not hold his liquor drank the most, and soon he was 70 to 80% drunk. The man who sat on the ground slapped his thigh. He was probably one of the people in the group who had studied and learned to read. He had a rare scholarly air about him. He acted as if there was no one else around and proudly sang, pawning a famous sword to buy inferior wine, killing the barbarians. In Longshang, Liangzhou, the wind chimes in the grassy pavilion said, "Ding, ding, ding, after death shall enter the martyr's shrine." While everyone was waiting for him to continue, the man shook his head and mumbled that he was really drunk. Then he leaned back and fell to the ground, snoring loudly. The man who knew Su Fengnian first laughed and said, "This guy studied in a private school for a few years. He always said that he was talented, but was not recognized. After drinking, he liked to speak in a sour language that we don't understand. He's not like this usually. In fact, he's the kind of person who can't take his eyes off a woman's big buttocks." Not far away, a group of people looked at each other angrily and said, "What are you talking about? Is it the death of his parents or his wife?" The man who was talking to Su Fengnian stood up and pulled out his sword. The two sides were immediately at loggerheads. At this time, an unfamiliar woman with a graceful figure and a bridal hat slowly walked over. Finally, she stopped behind Su Fengnian and Enchanting. She slowly took off her bridal hat, revealing a stunning face. More than 10 men from both sides forgot to curse at each other. Their eyes were all fixed on the woman's figure. The man who had already pulled out his saber kicked his drunk friend beside him. The latter's eyes were hazy. He looked at the woman in a daze and said that she was a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Then he passed out again. Enchanting, who was sitting on the ground, turned his head to look at the woman. When she sat between him and Su Fengnian, He still thought that he was seeing things because he was drunk. Su Fengnian laughed and asked, "Why did you change your purple clothes? Are you afraid that you'll be recognized with the way you appeared just now?" The woman with two exquisite wine jugs silently threw a jug of wine to Su Fengnian and started drinking on her own. For some reason, when this strange woman sat down, everyone around Su Fengnian sobered up. The Jianghu ruffians next door, who were about to fight, also lost their temper. They all held their breaths and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She was like a flood dragon entering a pond, intimidating all the fish and shrimps in it. Su Fengnian whispered in a mysterious voice that only she could hear, "I'll give you the Tide Listening Pavilion's martial arts manual, and you'll let the Jianghu of the Central Plains know about the battle in Bailiang. Let's call it even." She didn't turn her head. She only drank her wine with a cold smile on her lips. "Does my Mount Hui want your manual?" Su Fengnian laughed and said, "Then tell me, what do you want?" She finally turned her head and looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Rumors of your battle with Tuoba Bodhisattva have already begun to spread in Liang Lake. I want you, Su Fengnian, to lose to me here today. What do you think?" Su Fengnian clicked his tongue and said, "You're a virgin who hasn't been married, yet you have so many sons and grandsons. Aren't you ashamed?" Her fingers suddenly tightened around the wine jug. Wisps of purple energy rose, but they disappeared in an instant. Su Fengnian ignored this and said with a smile, "Drinking is fine, but fighting is out of the question." He and she fell silent at the same time and looked into the distance. It was just like when they were looking at the snowman called Dream under the eaves of the Capitol. Chapter 14, 91. Chapter 3, It's Definitely Very Late. The reunion after a long time, after the two drank all the wine in the pot, parted on bad terms. For the first time, the talkative Shen Chang'eng did not say a word from beginning to end. It was only when the woman put on the veil that covered her face and walked straight into the small town that he suddenly woke up from his absent-minded state. He carefully used his elbow to hit Su Fengnian and asked curiously, "An acquaintance?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "You can say that." She was never a woman that was pleasing to the eye. Shun Chang'en quickly sat upright and said sincerely, "She's so beautiful and her temper is bad. That's normal. To be honest, such an outstanding woman. You won't be able to find her again after this village. Don't miss this opportunity just for the sake of face. What nonsense about brothers being brothers and women being like clothes. We'll just listen to it and forget about it. But if we take it seriously, we'll be stupid. If you ask me, it's right to not take off your clothes when your hands can break." Su Fengnian could not help but smile and said, "I think you'll definitely find a beautiful wife in the future. When the time comes, you two will walk the Jianghu hand in hand." Shun Chang'en rubbed his hands and said with a face full of fascination, "I'll take your auspicious words." Su Fengnian suddenly saw a familiar figure in the distance carrying a sword box and walking alone. He hesitated for a moment, then got up and said goodbye to Shun Chang'en, leading the horse away. When Su Fengnian apologized again and began to approach the desolate young man carrying the box, the latter quickly turned his head and looked. When he saw Su Fengnian, he had a shocked expression that was similar to seeing his own ancestors floating out from the grave. The originally eye-catching, arrogant demeanor of an aristocratic family was completely broken. He hurriedly trotted to Su Fengnian. If not for the fact that he was worried that his behavior of kneeling down and kowtowing would be too shocking, this young man with 4 famous swords in the box would have done so long ago. At this time, he only cupped his fists and said softly with red eyes, "Zhang Chunlin of Yuyan Mountain Villa pays his respects to benefactor." At that time, before Su Fengnian and Han Shengxuan's life and death battle, the heavy snow blocked the road, so he stayed in Yuyan Mountain Villa with Wang Xiaoping, Xianyuan Qingfeng, and the others. During that time, when he was fishing, he encountered a group of white-clothed qi cultivators who were like immortals. He was swayed by his emotions and saved Zhang Chunlin's parents. After that, he also took away the swords such as Long Su Feng and Slender Waist. Now, Yuyan Mountain Villa's luck had changed. Zhang Bingling, who had untied the knot in his heart, joined hands with his wife to reforge the sword. More than 10 famous swords with unparalleled sharpness came out one after another. The villa became famous and became one of the new top 10 sects in one fell swoop. As Su Fengnian became famous all over the world, Yuyan Mountain Villa also deduced the hidden identity of Su Fengnian based on the clues. Zhang Chunlin, who had always been longing for Jianghu, naturally regarded Su Fengnian as his benefactor and immortal. This time, he left the protection of his parents' wings and left the villa in order to go to Beiliang to find the Sword Immortal Senior that he had once mistakenly thought was a white-haired, ruddy-faced, but aged 100 years old. He wanted to express his gratitude to the young king of the northwest border in person on behalf of his parents and the villa. As for the plan that was buried deep in his heart that he did not even tell his parents, Zhang Chunlin became more and more determined along the way. Su Fengnian joked, "At that time, I was fooling people. My hair was all white. It's not easy for child Zhang to recognize me." Zhang Chunlin unconsciously blurted out, "Even if I turned into ashes, I would still recognize you." Then the young master of Yuyan Mountain Villa was dumbstruck. He wished he could slap himself twice to vent his anger. Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile and casually asked, "Why are you alone?" Zhang Chunlin, who did not even know where to place his hands, blushed and said, "I also got to know some Jianghu disciples of the big sections, but they gathered quickly and dispersed quickly. In the end, there were only 2 or 3 close friends left. It's a pity that we were close to this small town. Those people had to travel with the elders of the sections. I really could not get used to seeing some things that had already been established, so I found an excuse to leave." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "When one is in Jianghu, one is to do as the Romans do." Su Fengnian also did not want to speak such old-fashioned preaching words to a person of the same age. He quickly changed the topic. "The 4 swords in the case, other than the rootless sky water that I saw that year, the 3 new swords all came from the Dragon Cliff sword furnace." Zhang Chunlin stretched out his hand and patted the sword case behind him. He grinned and said, "There are 2 swords from the Dragon Cliff incense burner, named Fledgling and Monk's Hut. The Water Dragon Song Sword furnace that had not been opened for 120 years was also opened at the end of last year. The sword's body was as clear as ice and snow, and the sword's body had a natural curve that was suspected of breaking the rules. In memory of my benefactor, I boldly named it Frost Blade." They were still about 200 steps away from the entrance of the town. There were many tents, and it was getting more and more difficult to move forward, especially when Su Fengnian was leading the horse at an inappropriate time. Naturally, people rolled their eyes at him. Influenced by his simple family style, Zhang Chunlin had always been a well-educated and kind young man. However, when he saw his benefactor apologizing to others, the young and vigorous Zhang Chunlin was still somewhat angry. He felt that it was not worth it for his benefactor to apologize to others, but at the same time, he constantly reminded himself not to ruin his benefactor's great plans. When Su Fengnian and his horse were unable to pass through the crowd, he said to Zhang Chunlin, "I won't send you into the town. I still have to return to Liangzhou." Zhang Chunlin was once again stunned on the spot. "Benefactor, you're not going in?" Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, "I won't join in the fun. The war at the border is urgent. You should have heard that I was chased all the way to the south by Tuoba Bodhisattva. I have to hurry back now." Zhang Chunlin wanted to say something, but stopped. His ears were red to his neck, and his eyes were wandering. It was obvious that he was in a dilemma. Su Fengnian seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He smiled freely and said, "If you want to enter the Beiliang Frontier Army because you want to repay a debt of gratitude, I'll be honest. In fact, there's no need. First of all, your Yuyan Mountain Villa has given me a sword twice, so you don't owe me anything. Second of all, Jianghu men have been in Jianghu for a long time. The soldiers at the border will die at the border. This has always been the case." Just as Zhang Chunlin was about to speak, two groups of people arrived. Behind them was Shun Changeng, whom Su Fengnian had met by chance. The three people who came out of the town were Zhang Chunlin's rare friends. The difference in status between the two sides was like heaven and earth. The difference in bearing and demeanor was also huge. Therefore, when the three people stood beside Zhang Chunlin and the timid Shin Changeng stood beside Su Fengnian, the two groups were clearly separated. Even if the three young men did not show the slightest contempt, they were only a few steps away from Shin Changeng as far as the horizon. Su Fengnian did not have any sighs about this. That time at the Baogui Temple in Gangnam-do, the poor scholar Qin Shiliang sat at the same table as those famous people. Was it not the same? Although Zhang Chunlin was on good terms with the three people of the same age, he had never revealed Su Fengnian's identity. When talking about the fight for the flying sword that happened on the Lake of the Villa, Zhang Chunlin only said that he met a sword immortal senior who had concealed his identity. His white hair was like frost, and he had countless flying swords. He was a genuine immortal. Chapter 1492. Shin Changeng tugged at Su Fengnian's sleeve and whispered, "You want to go north? Why don't you take me with you? As for me, since I can't help much here, and no one wants me even if I wave the flag and shout, I want to go to Beiliang to take a look. Along the way, I heard from many people that not only does Beiliang Palace have an arsenal and tide Hark Lake, but there are also 30 new monoliths behind the mountain. In the past, I only heard people curse Beiliang. At the beginning of spring, I heard that Beiliang was defeated in Yuzhou, losing one battle after another. What they said was that they threw away their armor and were utterly defeated. In short, the Beimang barbarians came knocking at their door. On this trip to the western regions, I mainly passed through the northern part of the Shishu Road, near Beiliang's Lingzhou area. Only then did I know that some things might be different. At first, I was skeptical because hearing it with my own ears was different. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. If I was unlucky enough to run into the Beimang barbarians and be trampled into meat paste by the horses, then I'll count myself unlucky. If by any chance it's not like that, when I return to Yanglu County, I want to say something that no one else has said before. Thousands of Jianghu people from the Central Plains entered the western regions from 3 directions. Shun Changgeng's group was in the middle, passing through the border between the Shishu Road and Beiliang Road. Huang Fangfua's group took the Shishu Road plank road, and the last group passed through Lingzhou under the guidance of the Fish Dragon Gang's Lunarong. Su Fengnian looked at Shun Changgeng, whose expression was solemn and sincere, and shook his head. "Don't go. People die at the border every day. There's nothing to see. Besides, Beiliang is heavily guarded. You won't be able to reach Huda's city, which is the northernmost part of Liangzhou, or Xiaguang City, which is the southernmost part of Heluku." Shun Changgeng scratched his head and turned to glance at the group of men in the distance. "I casually mentioned to them that you're a local of Beiliang. For some reason, when they heard that someone was leading the way, they insisted on going to Beiliang. They said that since we're already in the western regions, it would be outrageous if we didn't go to Beiliang. It wouldn't be good for us to go back to our hometown and brag that we've seen 300,000 cavalrymen from Beiliang. I have a habit of boasting without a draft. Now, I'm How about you take us to the southern border of Beiliang and then we go on our own. Of course, Su Fengnian wouldn't drag his feet for them. He couldn't slow down his pace towards Huta City. He could only shake his head. If it weren't for the current situation and a year or half a year ago, it wouldn't be a problem to take you to Liangzhou Pass to see the scenery beyond the Great Wall, let alone the southern border of Beiliang. Shen Chang'eng didn't get angry. He patted Su Fengnian's shoulder and laughed. It's okay. I'll go back and let them know. Okay, you owe me a drink. How about it? Shen Chang'eng turned around and jogged a dozen steps. Suddenly, he turned his head and asked, "Oh, right, if we go to Beiliang in the future, how can I find you for a drink?" Su Fengnian was about to speak when Zhang Chunlin looked at Shen Chang'eng, who was slow to react. He laughed and said, "What a coincidence. I'm also going to Liangzhou soon. If you don't mind, let's go together?" Shen Chang'eng was a little surprised. He asked tentatively, "Won't it trouble you?" Zhang Chunlin's smile was intoxicating. He said loudly, "I promise to eat meat and drink wine along the way. How about it?" Then Zhang Chunlin turned to look at his three friends with a gloating expression. "Chen Zhengyong," Qi retreated. "Kai Yongjia, what do you say? Do you dare to follow our agreement and go to the border of Liangzhou with me after this matter is over?" Chen Zhengyong, who was the most handsome of the three, smiled and said, "Why wouldn't I dare?" The young man with the most conceited expression crossed his arms. "I dare to go to the battlefield and kill the barbarians in person. Why wouldn't I dare to go to Liangzhou? If that vassal king really had the magnificent feat of personally leading an army to appear at the mouth of the gourd, and if Su Fengnian's piece is among the 300,000 stone steels on Mount Qingliang, then after we retreat, there's no harm in me leading his horse." The other young man, who was dressed in a scholarly robe, said with a smile, "I like the little girls in Yanji County the most. As for fighting, I don't like it very much, but I'm not afraid of it either." Su Fengnian smiled and said goodbye to them. He led his horse away. Chen Zhengyong glanced at Zhang Chunlin, whose eyes were wandering for thousands of miles, and asked softly, "Who is it? When we met Fairy Lu at the drum platform, I didn't see you so distracted." Zhang Chunlin smiled and said, "You'll know in the future." Just as Su Fengnian left the crowd and mounted his horse to gallop north, the woman in purple was no longer standing on the roof of the tall building. Then, the woman's words spread throughout the world in the late spring of the second year of the auspicious era. At this moment, she stood with her hands behind her back, like a female emperor sitting in the north facing the south. 6 bloody heads were placed near the bottom of his feet. "There's a guy who was with you just now, and now he's secretly heading north. If I'm not wrong, he's rushing to Huta City, which is under the siege of Beimang's million-strong army. This person probably just fought with someone from the northern part of the western regions to the southern part of the western regions. The two of them have been fighting for almost a month, more than 1,000 miles. He didn't win, so he's too ashamed to meet others. His opponent is called Tuoba Bodhisattva. I'm not interested in the Battle of Liangmang, and I don't have a good impression of him or Beiliang. Besides, I'm just the woman that person mentioned. Going to the battlefield to kill the enemy has always been a man's job. It has nothing to do with me, Xianyuan Qingfeng. What does it have to do with me? There are nearly 4,000 people here, and more than 3,700 men. Other than the 62 members of the Fish Dragon Gang, there's no one else from Beiliang. During this year's Qingming Festival, there's a place called Mount Qingliang in Beiliang. 36,872 names have been carved on the steel forest behind the mountain. As for the Beimang barbarians, nearly 100,000 people have died in Liuzhou, Liangzhou, and Yuzhou. At this point, she kicked the 6 heads off the roof one by one. I, Xianyuan Qingfeng, have already killed the 6 demons. There's nothing for you to do. So now, I only have one question for you. Bailiang has only 2 million households, and more than 30,000 people have died. How many people from Liang and the Central Plains have died in battle? And how many people dare to die in battle? If I remember correctly, Liang Dynasty, after the Reformation at the end of Yonghui Dynasty, has 12 provinces, 63 prefectures, and more than 270 counties besides Bailiang. Millions of Baimang barbarians are already at the border. Where are the men of Liang? There was a deathly silence inside and outside the town. The woman on the roof sneered, and it was unusually ear-piercing. Finally, a clear voice rang out in one of the taverns in town. Jinggan Province, Qingzhou Hanlin County, Quick Snow Villa, Yuchi Yuquan here? I'm willing to go to the border. The woman on the roof laughed. How strange. It's a woman. Then someone at the entrance of the town said loudly, Donghui Province, Wu Province, Zhang Chunlin is willing to die outside Bailiang. Peach Blossom County, Gangnam-do has me, Chun Zhengyong. Huainan Province, Peng Province has retreated, only seeking death. Qingzhou Province, Xiangfan City's Kai Yongjia dares to fight to the death at the border. A slightly weak voice rang out, but it sounded more heroic and solemn. Yanglu County, Gangnam-do, Shun Chongqing is here. Nanjiang Province, Wenxian County, Bazhou, Shuetao is here. Voices rose and fell one after another, continuing without end, as if there was no end to them. Far to the north of the town, a rider stopped, but he didn't turn around. This young man who dared to slay dragons, who dared to fight Tuoba Bodhisattva for thousands of miles, didn't even dare to look back at this moment. Bailiang was at the northwest gate. The Central Plains was behind him. Bailiang cavalry was the best in the world. The spearhead had been facing north for 20 years. However, it wasn't the Central Plains in the eyes of most of the civil officials in Liang. When had the real Central Plains ever lacked heroism? This rider began to gallop wildly. Chapter 1493. In addition to the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, Liang had established 6 academies. Most of the academies were still empty, but there were already more than 20 people who entered the academies one after another. Their status was almost comparable to that of the Hanlin Academy's Yellow Gate Scholar. Among them was Dong Yuran, a rising star in calligraphy, who was commented by old Tan Tantanweng that his writing is divine, bright and open, and has the most refreshing. There was also the young painter Huang Quan, who was adept at drawing ghosts, gods, and dragon water. These 2 people, together with the 10th Duan national master fan Changho, as well as after returning from the Guangzhou border, wrote a poem that was recommended by many of the capital's scholars to be second place on the list of 7 absolute poems of Yonghui for the last 20 years, Gao Tingshu. Other than that, there was Du Ming, whose father used to be the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. He was a nobody in the Ministry of Justice for 6 years, but he really made a name for himself. He and his father, who had retired many years ago, wrote a total of 7 volumes of the Tangyin collection of surprises and doubts. Not long after Song Kelly entered the Hanlin Academy, he submitted an even more brilliant work, The County Annals of Xiangfu County. The content was rich, and the narration was methodical, making people gasp in amazement. It was rumored that His Majesty the Emperor would read it at night and personally wrote the preface. Yan Qiji, who was also in the Hanlin Academy, and the other 3 Huang men were also extraordinary. Under the guidance of Qi Yanglong, Yao Baifeng, and other literary giants, they successfully corrected the 12 Confucian classics. The court, who attached great importance to this, quickly made 81 stone tablets and placed them in front of the Imperial College. The tablets were connected so that scholars could copy them. For a time, the outside of the Imperial College was brightly lit every night. At the same time, the court officially announced the new calendar created by the imperial astronomer. It created the first deduction method of first loss, and second circle, which was said to be the most precise calendar. As spring and summer turned, the Liang Emperor held a banquet in the palace. He invited all the old people in the capital who were over 70 years old, and half of them were the survivors of the 8 kingdoms. All of the people of Liang in Tai and city would probably have mixed feelings about such a flourishing literary style. Many of the Old West Chu survivors who had lived in the capital for many years would shed tears. Their withered fingers trembled as they took off the West Chu crown on their heads that had never been banned by the Liang imperial court. Everyone knew that the emperor's children and grandchildren studied in the diligent room. However, apart from the officials in the capital, very few people knew that not far from the diligent room, there was a place to worship the Confucian sage Zhang. Here, there was a plaque with the words, "Heaven and earth together," written by the late emperor. The sage was worshipped there, as well as the secondary sage, and previous Confucian sages. At this time, the young emperor of Liang raised his head to look at the 3 divine positions and 8 memorial tablets. There were 3 people standing beside the emperor: Chun Wang, who was already a purple-clothed official, Song Kelly, who had once had 2 teachers, but unfortunately couldn't keep his integrity anymore, and a middle-aged Confucian scholar, who was very unfamiliar to most people in the capital. The emperor said softly, "Song Kelly, your family originally had hopes of marrying 2 people here, but your grandfather and father both disappointed the late emperor. I don't want you to disappoint me again." Song Kelly bowed his head and said slowly, "I can only do my best." The emperor didn't say anything else. Song Kelly just kept his head down until Chun Wang gently tugged on his sleeve. The 2 of them walked out of the room quietly. Chun Wang turned around and walked forward, while Song Kelly kept his back to the door. After Chun Wang and Song Kelly left, the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Song Tonglu, quietly closed the door. The young emperor finally showed a hint of exhaustion. The middle-aged Confucian scholar, who was qualified to meet the emperor since birth, couldn't help but sigh, "Your Majesty, you shouldn't have indulged that woman from Mount Hui. Although I'm not a member of the imperial court, I know that being an official is, in the end, accumulating reputation. Reputation is a sound that reaches the ears of the emperor. Once the matter is done, it's in the emperor's heart, from top to bottom. It's just a matter of time before you reach the highest position. Then there's the reputation of the people, which has always been valued by the officials verbally but looked down on in their hearts. From the bottom to the top, the person who's the most successful is Qi Yanglong, who has persisted in Jianghu for 70 years. Tantanan and Huanwen are close behind him. Yao Baifeng, who's only suitable for learning and not being an official, is slightly inferior. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Jean Lanting, has the heart but is powerless. The person who can surpass Yong Hui as an official is Chun Wang, who just left with Song Kelly. The father and son of the Su family aren't officials of the Zhao family. The more this is the case, the more popular Su Fengnian will be. I'm afraid that one day he'll have a harder time than the late emperor suppressing Su Shao. Zhao Zhuan calmly said, "Are you saying that Su Fengnian has the intention to rebel?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "On the contrary, I've never thought that the father and son of the Su family would rebel. After the Battle of the Western Fortress, it was like this. Now that the Battle of Liangmang has begun, no matter how the situation changes, it's still the same." Zhao Zhuan frowned and said, "Isn't that self-contradictory?" The only scholar in the world who could be born as a saint because of his family name and family background, this middle-aged scholar, who was respectfully called Duke Yensheng by the Emperor of Liang, sighed again. "It's not contradictory. Your Majesty shouldn't set your sights on the next 10 years, but should look further. Your Majesty, what's the origin of the rise and fall of each dynasty? Zhao Zhuan smiled bitterly and said, Duke Yenqing's test is so big, I really don't know how to solve the problem from the small. If I say some empty words, not to mention Duke Yensheng, even I would find it ridiculous. The scholar shook his head and said, Your Majesty is wrong, very wrong. Chapter 1494. Zhao Zhuan said sincerely, Duke Yensheng, please enlighten us. In this place, the two of us have nothing to hide from each other. The middle-aged master of the Duke Yensheng's mansion did not have the slightest reverence of an ordinary official who had reached the realm of perfection. He just said indifferently, the Taoist saints advocated the 8 words: abandon wisdom, abandon benevolence, abandon righteousness. In the eyes of future generations, even if they don't criticize in their hearts, it is inevitable that they are confused. The reason is that for thousands of years, reading has become easier and more literate. The 8 words of the Taoist saints are like using the word block to control the flood. In the early days, the water was not deep, so it was feasible. But as time passed, it was not feasible. The original voluminous and tedious books became today's children holding a book with tens of thousands of words. Your Majesty, our Confucian school talks about etiquette, music, benevolence, and righteousness. We set rules for the people who read, and the combination of blocking and sparse, leaving gaps between rules for the people to follow etiquette. It is not only a matter of convenience, but also a matter of necessity. The middle-aged man looked up at a memorial tablet. If the first emphasis on etiquette and music is a prescription that our Confucian school made for the emperor to govern the country, then the only respect for Confucianism is a gift that the founding emperor of the Great Feng dynasty gave to the Confucian school. The root of the rise and fall of the world is actually the collapse of etiquette and music that many people, including Your Majesty, regard as a general talk. When etiquette and music collapse, benevolence, righteousness, loyalty, and trust become rootless duckweed. Foreign relatives interfering in politics, eunuchs messing with the government, vassal towns establishing a separatist regime, party fighting to bring disaster to the country, and even the emperor neglecting his duties. Which one of these is not a matter of etiquette? Maybe Your Majesty will say that it is easy to know but difficult to do. You will say that the dike of 1,000 miles can be destroyed by an ant's nest. Everyone knows that. But people are not sages, and the world is so big, the territory is so vast, and the people are so many. As a king, how can you see where the first ant's nest came from? When and who? Do you think so, Your Majesty? Zhao Zhuan smiled, seeing a little to know the whole, and being immortal is a realm that only the masters of the finger xian can reach. Zhen's studies are still SOSO, but practicing martial arts is really killing me. The middle-aged man also smiled knowingly. He stretched out his hand and opened his 5 fingers to grab the air. By the way, the reason why Su Fengnian is the biggest problem of our dynasty is not that he is disloyal, nor is he unjust. In fact, this young king may be unreasonable in many things, but in my eyes, he is more polite than too many scholars. It's just that Su Fengnian and Zhang Julu were cut from the same cloth. They were working for the country, but they were not necessarily willing to work wholeheartedly for the sake of the emperor. Zhang Julu set up a dragon gate for the poor people in the world. Maybe in less than 300 years, when the emperor sits on the dragon throne, he doesn't need to pay attention to background at all. In addition, Su Fengnian is invisibly adding fuel to the fire. The deeper the imperial court suppresses Bailiang, the more meritorious the Su family will be. This trend may even be shortened by 100 or even 200 years. I, the Yensheng Duke, am not a saint. I can't see as far as Huang Longshi can see. I can only try my best to do things under my nose. many sages had good intentions. They did not hesitate to die to open a new path for the future generations. Unfortunately, the future generations may not be grateful to them. The more paths they can take, the more they want to take shortcuts. At that time, when the 100 schools of thought were contending, the people's wisdom was enlightened. Therefore, the Taoist saints' inaction rule was completely reduced to empty talk. The emperor's dream of ruling by bowing down to rule was even more extravagant hope. Perhaps in the future, my Confucianism will also be in deep trouble like this. As the emperor of a country, the late emperor was actually wise enough. Unfortunately, he met Su Xiao and Zhang Julu. The middle-aged man did not continue. He sighed with emotion. I'm just a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken. I'm far inferior to Zhang Julu when it comes to ruling the country. I'm far inferior to Yuan Bunshi when it comes to planning the country. I'm far inferior to Su Fengnian when it comes to defending the country. I'm far inferior to Xia Guanyin when it comes to creating chaos. I'm far inferior to Huang Longshi when it comes to foresight. But I have one thing that they can't do, or more accurately, they are not willing to do it. That is to abide by their duties. The reason why I specially asked Your Majesty to bring Song Kelly today is very simple. It is because I like his name. I also want Chen Wang, whom Your Majesty has high hopes for, to understand my painstaking efforts. Zhao Zhuan turned to look at the scholar from the Zhang family who never left the house. He suddenly thought of a famous case that shocked the three sections. When the current Yenshing Duke was young, an eminent monk from the southern sect came from afar. The other guests in the residence asked 3 questions in succession. Kill 1 person and save 100 people. Do you kill the monk? Kill 100 people and save 10,000 people. Do you kill the monk? Kill 10,000 people and save 1,000,000 people. Do you kill the monk? The eminent monk was silent. No one knew if he had nothing to say, or if he had the answer, but found it hard to say. It was said that at that time, the young man who had yet to inherit the title of Yenshing Duke slammed the table and stood up. He was furious and scolded the monk for being obsessed with becoming a Buddha and not daring to kill to save all living beings. He was that *T monk. The middle-aged man suddenly said, other than promising Your Majesty that I will go to Guangling Road to deal with Chao Chongqing, who has turned into a Ba Dao, I also want to tell Your Majesty one thing. Zhao Xuan nodded and said, Go ahead, Yenshing Duke. The Bailiang cavalry can be here. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, and then said in a low voice, But Su Fengnian must die. Especially if Bailiang defeats Beimang. It will be even more so. Zhao Zhuan nodded expressionlessly. The middle-aged Confucian turned and walked to the door first. He pushed the door open and stepped over the threshold. The sun was in the middle of the sky. He looked up at the sky and raised his hand to block the dazzling sunlight. He whispered softly, So he is a *T saint. Chen Wang walked alone in the palace. He stopped and took out a small piece of redwood that had been fragrant for a long time. He put it at the tip of his nose and sniffed it. He looked up into the distance and said softly, Hey, there is no wind or rain in Great Peace City. What about you? Chapter 1495. The wind rose above Bailiang. At the border between Liangzhou and Liuzhou, a group of about 10 people slowly traveled from east to west. There were old men who lifted the curtains and sat outside the carriage. There were middle-aged knights who carefully guarded the carriage. There were also young men and women who were attracted by the vast scenery in the northwest. They finally couldn't help but spur their horses forward and compete with each other in riding. At the front and back of the group, there were 2 steady men who gave off the aura of Jianghu. From time to time, they would pay attention to their surroundings in case something unexpected happened. the white-haired old man who was clearly the backbone of this group, sighed with emotion. The summer solstice, pointing to the southeast, should have been a great time for all living things to grow up. The vegetation is already like this, but who knows how many people will die. The coachman was an old man of about the same age. However, because he was a martial arts grandmaster, he was much more vigorous than his good friend behind him. After hearing his old friend sigh with emotion, he didn't say anything. In his heart, he was very confused as to why his good friend didn't choose to show off his ambitions in Great Peace City. Even if he was slightly inferior to the head of the Secretariat, he was definitely not far off. At the very least, he could be on par with Yao Baifeng, who had just become the first scholar of the 6 academies. However, since his old friend said that he wanted to come to the chaotic Beiliang, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Without another word, he brought 2 juniors from Jianghu who, like him, disdained to participate in some martial arts convention. They escorted his good friend's group from Shangyin Academy to Beiliang, which was located at the northwest border. However, he had his own bottom line. If his old friend went straight to Liangzhou's Qingliang Mountain, then he would only send him off to the outskirts of Liangzhou's capital. He definitely wouldn't take half a step into the city. After all, when the old Liang king led the Su family into Jianghu, one of them was his sect. Even though so many years had passed and his sect had long since retired, the old man still hadn't untied the knot in his heart. Fortunately, on this trip to the northwest, they only strolled around Xiaguang City in Yuzhou. Then they entered Liangzhou and went around Qingliang Mountain to Qingcang City in Liuzhou. The northern Liang prince's mansion also turned a blind eye to this and did not disturb them. Although the second princess of northern Liang, Su Weisheng, was one of the inner disciples of her good friend Han Guzi, and Su Huang, Sima Ken, Lu Duanmao, and the others in the caravan were also her fellow disciples. The old man, whose reputation in Shangyin Academy was close to that of Grand Chancellor Qi, Yanglong, laughed softly. It's the beginning of summer. On this day, the Liang Emperor will lead the civil and military officials to the southern outskirts of Great Peace City to welcome the summer. Whether it's the emperor, who always wears a yellow dragon robe during court meetings, or the court officials who are always in yellow and purple, they all have to wear vermilion ceremonial robes under the constant reminders of the officials from the Ministry of Rites. After the ceremony, the emperor will open the ice cellar in the palace and give the ice that was stored last winter to the officials who were evaluated as superior by the Ministry of Personnel. It's a pity that my unofficial disciple, Su Gong, who is the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, was somewhat implicated by his junior sister Su and had to stay in Liangzhou to patrol the border. Otherwise, he would definitely have a share. Oh, right, old song. Your hometown has the custom of drinking spring wine to celebrate the arrival of spring, right? The coachman nodded and said in a muffled voice, "We've already finished the wine we brought when we set out." Under the suggestion of that provincial governor from Lingzhou, alcohol is now banned everywhere in Beiliang. The most we can buy is green ant wine. I don't want to drink this wine. Han Guzi said helplessly, "Song Xinqing, oh Song Xinqing, why are you, an old drunkard, getting angry at green ant wine? Aren't you just looking for trouble? If you really have the ability, then go fight with that young great grandmaster surnamed Su." The coachman became more and more annoyed. He snorted coldly. "I can't beat him. If I could beat him, I would have drunk hundreds or thousands of caddies of green ant wine." While the 2 old men were chatting, 4 or 5 riders galloped toward them from afar. Other than Han Guzi's granddaughter, Han Guxiu, the others were the old man's favorite students. The oldest man was in his 40s. He was recognized as a master of the art of war, but refused to enter the imperial court, Su Huang. There were also Sima Ken, who was in his early 30s, and the handsome Lu Duanmao of the School of Legalism. As for the woman with a cold temperament, She was a strange martial arts genius known as the Living Armory, Jean Bauscher. Since childhood, she had shown an amazing talent of eidetic memory. She had read all the martial arts secret books of all the major sects in the world, but she did not practice martial arts. Among them, Lu Duanmao's appearance was the most unbearable to look at. His skull was sunken, his nose was sunken, and his teeth were exposed. He had the appearance of someone who was destined to die young and be poor, especially when he was together with Jin Bao Chu, who had an outstanding posture. He looked extremely ugly. If an ordinary timid girl looked at him, she might have nightmares at night. After Su Huang approached the carriage, he softly said, "Sir, just now, 3 li to the north, we encountered Northern Mang scouts. Judging from their attire, they should be Lu Gui's subordinates, the Black Fox Guard. There are close to an entire unit of men and horses, and they should be coming for us. If nothing unexpected happens, a cavalry troop will slaughter their way out very soon." Based on Liang Mang's similar scouting regulations, the number of cavalry behind the marking post was linked to the number of people. At the very least, there were over 1,000. The Beimang cavalry following behind us is only 500. If we continue to move forward, they may not be able to enter the battlefield in time. Should we go south or turn back to buy time for the 500 Beimang cavalry? Han Guzi had a geomancy map on his knees. After looking around, he stretched out his hand and quickly pinched his fingers. He smiled and said, "It's a good fortune. It's okay. We can continue to move forward. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone to hold it up." Su Huang smiled and didn't say anything else. It wasn't just him. Everyone believed this without a doubt, directly ignoring the large-scale Northern Mang cavalry that was about to arrive. It was not that they were arrogant or that they relied too much on the martial arts Grandmaster Song Xinxing's combat strength. It was because their teacher, Han Guzi, was an erudite man. He knew the ways of the world and was flawless. When Huang Longshi was just an ordinary student in Shangyin Academy, he was extremely conceited. Thus, there was a saying, "Apart from the grain, there is no one else." Chapter 1496. The group of people ignored the Beimang cavalry and continued their journey west into Liuzhou. Jin Baosher couldn't resist Han Guishou's coquettish behavior and had no choice but to agree to ride on the same horse. They whispered to each other about women's private matters. Even Jin Baosher, who was as cold and arrogant as Su Weisheng in Shangyin Academy, had a slight smile on her face. Lu Duanmao rode side by side with his 2 senior apprentice brothers, Su Huang and Sima Can. He asked curiously, "Senior apprentice brother Su, compared to the fierce battles in Liangzhou's Huta City and Yozhou's Heluku, the confrontation between the 2 armies in Liuzhou's Qingsang City is particularly quiet. Other than a small skirmish between light cavalry, there are no other movements. So, are we going to fight or not?" Su Huang, who was familiar with military books, smiled and said, "You have to ask Sima Can. It's useless to ask me." Lu Duanmao was stunned. Sima Can, who was focused on studying the art of vertical and horizontal maneuvering, smiled and said, "Whether we fight or not, we don't have to look at the Beiliang's Longxiang army or Beimang's great general Lu Gui. We have to look at the southern imperial court further north." Lu Gui, who was praised by the Empress of Beimang as a half-human butcher, has now become the biggest laughingstock on the border of Liang Mang. The southern imperial court of the northern barbarians is in an uproar. They all want to remove Lu Gui's position as the commander of the Western Front and give it to the king of the northern imperial court, Tuoba Bodhisattva. However, at this sensitive time, the king of Beiliang helped us a lot. Didn't we hear about it a few days ago? This young king of Beiliang and the king of the northern imperial court, Tuoba Bodhisattva, who had already entered Liuzhou, had a fierce fight. The two martial arts masters fought each other in pairs for thousands of miles. When Sima Qian said this, Su Huang, who had a beautiful beard, twirled his beard and smiled. He seemed to be fascinated. Lu Duanmao, on the other hand, snorted coldly. Clearly, he didn't have a good impression of the most powerful young king of Beiliang dynasty. Sima Qian continued, speaking of the three fronts of Beimang, the king of the southern imperial court, Dong Zhuo, is in the middle. General Yang Yuanzhan is an old fox who knows the rules of the imperial court. He took the initiative to recruit many disciples from the northern and south of Beimang. Zhong as the vanguard. Zhong Tan is an example. Yang was the example of Zhong's who was the vanguard. The vanguard, S. Zhong's is to that. In comparison, the stubborn Lu Gui is not very likable. Fortunately, Tuoba Bodhisattva himself rushed to the North Court to meet with His Majesty in front of everyone's eyes. This Beimang war god deliberately lowered his stance midway and didn't hesitate to use his status as the deputy commander of the Western Front to discuss military matters with Lu Gui. He didn't show any signs of trying to seize power. This gave this old general a precious chance to catch his breath. Sima Qian suddenly laughed to his heart's content. However, the officials of the Southern Imperial Court, who were rejected by Lu Gui back, then weren't easy to get along with either. When this plan failed, they came up with another. But soon, there was another rumor that the reason the young vassal didn't hesitate to put himself in danger and fight with the king of the Northern Imperial Court in the desert for thousands of li was to protect Lu Gui's position as commander in exchange for peace in Lu Province. Otherwise, if the overly conservative Lu Gui was replaced, the three fronts of Beiliang's border would have been crushed by Beimang's iron hooves. More than 100,000 northern barbarians had died in battle. And the two battlefields of Tigerhead City and Xiaguang City were still in a stalemate. Beimang's army was already filled with complaints, so Lu Gui, who was in charge of Lu Province's military affairs, naturally became the target of public criticism. He became the best choice for the Southern Imperial Court's civil and military officials to vent their anger and resentment. The old woman of Beimang, who has always trusted Lu Gui, probably wouldn't suspect the Eastern Front because of these rumors. The reason she didn't suppress the rumors was because she had no choice but to protect the morale of the army. I'm guessing that she must have sent a secret letter to Lu Gui to comfort him. Sima Qian gazed into the distance with a grave expression. Will Lu Province, which doesn't have a majestic city and high walls, fight? The answer is that it will definitely fight, and it will be exceptionally bitter. The speed at which people are dying on both sides will definitely surpass that of Tigerhead City and Calabash City. As for when the battle will begin, it will probably depend on when Tuoba Bodhisattva quietly returns to Lu Province. The battlefield far away from the imperial court, even if it's several thousand li away from the dragon throne, is always the blood-stained lichen under the throne. How much blood will flow on the carpet under the throne is always decided by one person or the group of people near the throne. Lu Duanmao softly said, "Senior apprentice brother, you should go to Great Peace City." Sima Qian shook his head and smiled. Senior apprentice brother Su should go, but I shouldn't. At this moment, Han Guoxiu rode over to the side of the three men from the treasury. The young Han Guoxiu smiled sweetly and asked, "Why?" Sima Qian laughed and said, "Because there are many people in Great Peace City who are good at talking on paper. There are very few who can truly mobilize troops. If senior apprentice brother Su, who is full of military strategies, went there, he would be able to drill out of his bag very quickly. As for me, it's the exact opposite. I'm more suited for Beiliang, where fierce generals are as common as clouds, but few strategists. It's a pity that teacher didn't take us to Qing Liang Mountain. Otherwise, I would have thought of how to talk about old times with junior apprentice sister Sue, and how to brag about myself to that deputy administrator Song Dongming. Han Guishio, who was sitting behind the treasury, made a playful face and teased, Sima Ken, no wonder grandfather said that your skin is thick enough to be ranked among the top 10 experts in the world. Sima Ken turned his head towards the carriage and smiled mischievously as he shouted, Teacher, you really like to praise people behind their backs. Even if you praise me in front of my face, I won't be proud. Han Guzi, who was famous for educating people without discrimination and teaching people in accordance with their aptitude, said unhappily, Scram to the side. Even Lu Duanmao, who was filled with resentment at the mention of Bailiang and that young vassal king, was in a good mood. At this time, in the north, the figure of Beimang's black fox could be vaguely seen, and in front of the convoy there was a rider who blocked the road, unknown whether it was friend or foe. Although the man in charge of opening the road at the front of the convoy was a junior of the martial arts Grandmaster Song Xinxing, his realm was not low. He had already stepped into the threshold of the second level of the master realm, and because of the famous divine weapon in his hand, he was able to fight against a first-level Vajra realm expert without being defeated in 100 moves. The man, with the family's peerless blade, Forbidden Fire, subconsciously felt as if he was facing a great enemy. His body was full of qi, but he soon found that the qi of the rider was not terrifying. But to be careful, he still tightened his muscles and reached out to hold the hilt of the blade. Han Guzi asked Song Xinxing to stop the carriage, then stood up and smiled at the leading rider. Tao Duanyang, don't be nervous. The rider in front did not stop and was getting closer and closer. Han Guishio's head poked out from the back of the treasury and saw a handsome young man sitting on the back of the horse. She turned to Lu Duanmao and joked, Look at his appearance. Maybe he's your long-lost brother. Lu Duanmao almost choked to death. The rider came close to the carriage and respectfully cupped his fist and said, Old Mr. Han, there are 3,000 Beimang cavalry in the north. I'm here to escort you. Hearing that there were 3,000 Beimang cavalry, Han Guishio was not afraid of anything. She still had the mood to joke, You're shameless. Are you sure you're not in a hurry to be reincarnated? Then she turned her head and shouted, Sima Ken, you've met the same top 10 experts. Hurry up and compare your shamelessness. Chapter 1497. In the midst of the girls' teasing, Long Shangfeng gradually gained momentum. Everyone's clothes began to flutter in the wind, making whining noises as if they were crying. It made the young knight look even more spirited and bright. Perhaps praising him as what an immortal from heaven was not an exaggeration. It was unavoidable that people would be surprised that such a barren and fierce cold land could nurture such a playboy who could make the famous scholars of Jiangnan feel ashamed of their inferiority. Therefore, even a proud and spirited woman like Jean Bauscher had to admit that this uninvited guest, regardless of his martial arts cultivation, at the very least his appearance was extremely good. If he was in the scholarly world of Jiangnan, which valued etiquette the most, this person could easily become a distinguished guest of those noble families. The old man seemed to have already recognized the young man's identity. His eyes were complicated, with the kindness of an elder, the pity of an outsider, and the gratification of seeing a fellow traveler. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, the young knight who had threatened to perform the duties of a host under the hooves of thousands of Beimang cavalry skillfully turned his horse around and extended his hand, indicating for the carriage to go ahead. Han Guzi nodded. Song Xinxing, who was acting as the coachman, lightly waved the whip in his hand. Shoo! He urged the horse to set off again. Han Guzi had taken in a total of 8 disciples. The first disciple was Yu Songyang, who was slow in speech but quick in action. He was the famous teacher Ji Shang of Shangyin Academy. His ability to comprehend was profound, but he was also brave enough to change the classics. He had a famous argument with the Confucian scholar Yao Baifeng. The two Confucian sages exchanged letters 18 times each. Yu Songyang also had the nickname of Mr. 18 Brushes, half praised and half criticized in the literary world of Liang. Then there was Chang Sui, a great poet who acted absurdly. Then there was Su Huang, a master of the art of war who was a distant relative of Su Gong, Sima Ken of the Zongheng family, Su Weisheng of Beiliang, Jin Bao Shi of the Jin family of Langya, and Lu Duanmao, the grandson of the Lu family of Yangling. The last one, who was relatively unknown, was the Prince Zhao Kai who went to the western regions with the silver vase and died outside the Iron Gate Pass. Among Han Guzi's disciples, there were both men and women. There were those who were gentle, refined, and strict, and there were also those who abandoned etiquette as if it were a pair of worn-out shoes. There were only 8 of them, but they were involved in as many as 5 schools of thought: Confucianism, art of war, yin, and yang. The most important thing was that Han Guzi's disciples were all worthy of being called dragons and phoenixes among men. Therefore, in the Liang dynasty, this old man had the supreme reputation of Shuani. This meant that no matter when and where old Mr. Han appeared, whether it was the emperor, the ministers, or the common people, everyone who saw him had to avoid paying respects to him. As for who was the first to use this nickname, there was no proof. Some people said that it was either the Grand Preceptor of West Chu, Sun Shiji, or the State Preceptor Li Mi. Others swore that Huang Sanjia was the most arrogant old faker. In short, Han Guzi's reputation in the Liang dynasty grew as the Lu brothers of Lin Leng, Lu Daolin, Lu Baijie, Beiliang, Yao Baifeng, and Qi Yanglong entered the capital one after another to become officials. The old man, who had always shut himself in and refused to pay any attention to political affairs, was becoming more and more famous. Everyone was counting on their fingers to calculate when this old man would be summoned to the capital. When that time came, not only would he be extremely noble, but he would also gradually become the Minister of Rights. In order to take care of Han Guzi's old body, the convoy continued to move forward slowly. However, the north side was already covered in dust under the hooves of the Beimang cavalry. Soon they would arrive. The atmosphere here began to become a little strange. Even the fearless and heartless Han Guishou was a little flustered. From time to time, she would turn her head to look to the north, as if she could feel the violent tremors on the ground. Previously, she had used Sima Ken to kill the young knight, but unfortunately, she didn't get any response. That person neither refuted nor became angry out of humiliation. This made the girl, who was used to being arrogant in Shangyin Academy, very dissatisfied. She had already thought of many ingenious backup plans, but in the end, her opponent was a guy who was even more boring than Uncle Blockhead Yu Songyang. She was so frustrated that she almost suffered internal injuries. Han Guishou couldn't help but shout at the back of the rider, "There are thousands of Beimang barbarians coming from the north. Can you do it or not? If you can't do it, hurry up and say it. Don't drag us down with you. We'll be in a mess if you do." The young knight turned his head and smiled. He joked, "Miss, you ask me if I can do it, and I always say yes." Sima Ken, who understood the meaning behind the words, tried hard to hold back his laughter. He was afraid that Han Guishou, this unruly girl, would use him as a punching bag. Jin Baoshi frowned. Her impression of this person had taken a turn for the worse. She quickly classified him as an unscrupulous playboy. The simple-minded Han Guishou was a little suspicious. Really? Don't puff yourself up at your own cost. When the northern barbarian cavalry comes, no one will save you. The young knight, who seemed to be in a good mood, laughed it off. Jin Baoshi turned around and knocked on the girl's forehead. She whispered, "Silly girl, don't say any more." Han Guishou asked in a daze, Sister Jean, why did you hit me? Han Guoxiu suddenly understood. She smiled and whispered in Jean Baosher's ear, Sister Jean, have you taken a fancy to this Bailiang man who looks like a dog? Sigh, it's not that I want to criticize you. This guy's appearance is not bad, but compared to my future husband, Xie Shibian, he's still thousands of miles away. My mother said that you can't judge a man by his appearance and family background. Character is more important than anything else. Bailiang men, especially those sons of generals, kill and kill all year round. They definitely have bad tempers and are uneducated. Sister Jean, I'll say this in advance. If you dare to marry a Bailiang man, we'll break off our friendship. Jean Baosher, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, fiercely pinched the ear of this silly girl who spoke without thinking. Is Xie Shibian yours? Who was the one who cried and told me that you wrote dozens of letters to him, but he didn't reply to any of them? Just as the two girls were scratching each other's itches and playing around, the knight had already bid farewell to Han Guzi and rode away to the north. Seeing the back of the horse, Han Guoxiu widened her eyes. Has this guy lost his mind? Or was I right? Is he in a hurry to be reincarnated? The girl shouted, Grandpa, who is he? You must already know, right? The old man leaned lazily against the wall of the carriage, smiling but not saying anything. Han Guoxiu complained, Stingy. Su Huang, who was beside the carriage, asked softly, It's him? The old man nodded and looked at the sky with squinted eyes. He sighed. How does Chong Sui write a poem? When he was 15 or 20 years old, he captured the northern barbarian knight on foot. His iron robe was as white as snow. Jean Baosher subconsciously grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist. With a heroic spirit, he followed the old man and recited, One man can fight 3,000 miles away. One sword can fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. But what happened next stunned everyone except Han Guzi. After galloping for a mile, they vaguely saw the man stop in front of them. Then, dozens of Baimang's elite black fox guards suddenly turned around. Jean Baosher and the others could barely see the armored Baimang cavalry. For no reason, they slowed down their charge. Then, without hesitation, they turned around and ran away. In an instant, there was no one left. No matter what, there was an army of 2,000 to 3,000 cavalrymen. Even though the thunder was loud and the rain was small, there was no rain at all. It was Su Fengnian, who had rushed over after receiving the report from Whispering Water. He didn't chase after them alone. Instead, he reined in his horse and galloped back to the carriage. The reason he came here as a guard was that the 500 elite Bailiang cavalry might not be enough to protect everyone. After all, the old man was one of Second Sister's teachers. It was reasonable for Su Fengnian to show up. Secondly, he wanted to see for himself the elegant demeanor of the evasive old man Han. He wanted to see if he could recruit him to mount Qing Liang. Unfortunately, when he saw Han Guzi for the first time, he knew that the old man didn't have this intention. He was just like a scholar who wanted to travel and study. A melon that was forcefully picked would not be sweet. Moreover, the old man's reputation was only a hair's breadth lower than that of the head of the secretariat, Qi Yanglong. Even if Su Fengnian was one of the 4 great grandmasters, he couldn't force the old man to join him. If he forcefully detained this group of people, then the Central Plains, which had finally changed their view of Bailiang, would probably view them as enemies. Taking a step back, Deputy Administrator Song Dongming, Green Deer Cave Academy's Huang Chang, and the thousands of scholars in Liangzhou would all rebel. Su Fengnian approached the carriage. He cupped his fists and said, Old Mr. Han, no matter what, I still hope that you can make a trip to Liangzhou on your way back. Even if you don't enter the city, there will be people coming out of the city to welcome you. Han Guzi shook his head and smiled. It wasn't easy for this old man to muster up the courage to travel. Every place I can go is a good place. Therefore, I won't go back. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll go west. We'll see Qingcang City, Linyao City, and Fengxiang City. We'll stop at Mount Lantua and then go south. We'll enter Nanzhao and see the scenery of the South Sea. Then we'll go north to western Shu. Finally, we'll take a boat back along the Guangling River. Su Fengnian nodded and smiled. Then I wish you a safe journey. The old man suddenly chuckled as if he was taking advantage of his seniority. What, you're leaving just like that? I can't be sure that the thousands of Beimang cavalry have really retreated. They're not going to send us off. If we die here, it won't be a small matter. The Beiliang cavalry can bear the burden of the million-strong Beimang army, but you may not be able to bear the infamy. For some reason, Su Fengnian thought of that lousy chess player Chancellor Wang, who was also Second Sister's master. Why was it that Second Sister's master was so disrespectful towards his elders? Su Fengnian said helplessly, "Then I'll send you off for another 10 miles. Any more, and I won't be able to." The old man waved his hand vigorously and said, "Back then, in order to let Su Weisheng enter Shangyin Academy, the great general paid for the construction of the long embankment along the lake. It's called 10 miles of spring dawn. My legs are so weak that I've had to walk on it every day. Therefore, I feel that your 10 miles of sending me off isn't sincere enough. It should be at least 20 miles. Is that okay?" Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, then 20 miles it is." Han Guishio rolled her eyes. "You rascal, why do you always say yes when anyone asks you if it's okay?" Chapter 1498. Even Su Fengnian, whose eloquence was unrivaled under the heavens, was left speechless. Finally, Sima could not help but laugh heartily. This silly girl truly had a tacit understanding of each other. She had unknowingly delivered a fatal blow to her opponent. With a face full of curiosity, the young girl asked a question that many of the people present wanted to know the answer to. Why did that Beimang cavalry run away without fighting? Su Fengnian replied with a deadpan expression, "I don't know either. I only said one sentence to them." Knowing that it was most likely a trap, Sima Can and Jean Bauscher blurted out at the same time, "Don't ask." However, Han Guishio impatiently asked, "What did you say?" Su Fengnian replied, "I told them that it was getting late and that Lu Gui told them to return home and start cooking." Han Guishio stared blankly for a moment. With round eyes, she asked, "Are those northern barbarians idiots? They really believed that?" Su Fengnian smiled mischievously and nodded. "That's right. They really believed it." Sima covered his forehead with his hand. "This silly girl. You haven't even climbed out of the first trap, yet you've already jumped into the second one at lightning speed." Jean Bauscher felt extreme disgust towards this fellow who liked to act mysterious with his mouth full of oil. In a cold voice, he asked, "Is it fun?" Su Fengnian smiled and said no more. "In order for your group to travel in a carefree manner and deal with Xiao Gou's death soldiers, 26 people from Beiliang's Fu Shui room have already died. More than half of them died outside of Beiliang's borders. This time, Han Guzi was leading his troops west into Liangliang. As a remnant of northern Han whose entire family had perished in the flames of war, Yu Songyang naturally would not accompany him. Chang Sui, the famous poet and writer, was the only disciple of Han Guzi who did not enter Beiliang's territory. He was clad in a green robe, wielding a sword and a wine pot, and went to Ji Bei in an elegant manner. Of the 3 Jianghu masters, apart from the steel breaker Song Xinqing, who was Han Guzi's best friend, Qi Zihu, who carried the famous saber Forbidden Fire, was a chivalrous man. The young man at the tail of the caravan, Lu Shouwen had an extraordinary background. He came from the Huiji Lu clan, which was ranked third among the clans in the world that Li Yang had recently set. Although Lu Shouwen was born of a concubine, the Lu clan had always valued both civil and martial arts. Lu Shouwen, who had attained the cultivation of third rank before the age of 30, was naturally a favored figure of the clan. The spy report from the Fu Shui Fong mentioned that this person, like Lu Duanmao, liked the woman named Jean Baosher, but this was not the main point. The main point was that Lu Shouwen was most likely a double agent. On the surface, he was under Zhao Yi's Guangling Spring Snow Building, but in secret, he might be a spy from Nanjiang Road. Along the way, Lu Shouwen had risked his life to kill 3 Zhao Go masters. Once he returned, he would not be able to live in peace. It could be said that he was an infatuated type who did not love the country, but the beauty. For some reason, Han Guzi suddenly had a strange idea. He said that he wanted to try the feeling of riding a horse in the west wind. Song Xinsheng, Su Huang, and the others could not persuade him. Han Guxiu, who wanted to see the world in chaos, clapped her hands and cheered. She taught the worried Jean Baosher a lesson. With the help of the sweaty Sima, Ken, the old man finally got on the horse. Su Fengnian had no choice but to move closer to prevent the old man from falling off the horse. Fortunately, the old man did not seem to have any intention of urging his horse forward. He rode side by side with Su Fengnian, while Su Huang carefully guarded him on the other side. The old man, who was swaying on the horse's back, laughed and said, "It's true that this old man is young and wild, but it's a pity that I don't have the money to wear that brocade hat and marten coat. I haven't touched a saddle in the past few decades, and I don't even have the luxury of riding a horse." Thinking back to the aggressive manner of those Beimang barbarians just now, I'm really ashamed. I've read books and taught books for most of my life. The number of students and unofficial disciples I've taught is at least 20. In the end, even including the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, who is already on the border between the 2 Liao countries, I don't think anyone has ever killed a Beimang barbarian with their own hands. The old man sadly murmured, "Not a single one." Su Fengnian said with a smile, "Yes, there is." The old man nodded and said, "Yes, I'm old and muddle-headed. That girl, Su, led the famous Beiliang cavalry straight into Beimang's hinterland. At that time in Shangyin Academy, her fellow disciples stole a lot of jars of wine from me. The next day, they all reeked of alcohol and were disgraceful. As for me, I just pretended not to see it. Haha, at that time, even Yu Songyang was no exception. It's said that he almost fell asleep during the lecture. Therefore, what the great general did back then was right. What you did was even better. Otherwise, with half of my neck buried in the yellow earth, I wouldn't have risked universal condemnation to make this trip." Su Fengnian said, "Old mister, you're risking universal condemnation." The old man said apologetically, "Although you didn't say it, I still have to apologize to you and your Beiliang. This old man only did it on a whim, but many people were killed because of it. In the end, it was like going on a spring vacation. I just patted my butt and left. I couldn't help you at all. For the sake of my reputation, I didn't even get to see that girl, Su, even once when I was already at your doorstep." Su Fengnian said softly, "The scholars of Shangyin Academy can't withstand the torment of wind and rain. Old Mr. didn't do anything wrong. Whether or not the warriors of Beiliang can defend the Northwest, this world still needs scholars to govern. Maybe one day we'll need them to walk out of the library, put down their books, and step forward bravely in front of the flood of horses' hooves." Jean Baorum, who was behind the 3 riders, had actually been listening attentively. After hearing these words, she was a little surprised. She had to admit that she had a new level of respect for him. She couldn't help but raise her head and stare at the back of the rider. He was travel-worn and wore very ordinary clothes. He carried a cotton bag on his back. He didn't have the cold knives and light crossbows that Baelyang's roaming cavalry were equipped with. If it was the son of a general like Northern Liang, which was as numerous as the hairs on an ox, it didn't seem like it. Although many of the descendants of Northern Liang generals had joined the army, she really couldn't think of a young person in Liuzhou who was so special to be able to chat calmly with her teacher. Could it be the Han clan strategist Chen Shiliang, who was unknown in Jiangnan but had risen to fame in Northern Liang? Han Guoxiu whispered into Jin Bao Room's ear, "Sister Jean, I think this guy might be that person." Jin Bao Room laughed involuntarily and shook her head. "Impossible. You don't practice martial arts. You don't know what kind of power the most outstanding great grandmasters in the world have. I've seen a number of first-level great grandmasters." Han Guoxiu hurriedly interrupted. "How could I not know? Isn't it just a dragon's roar, a tiger's step in the abyss, a mountain's peak? The older ones should have some immortal-like and imposing manner." Then the girl muttered to herself, "Now that you mention it, this guy really isn't an expert. Especially when he smiles. He doesn't look like a good person. He can't even compare to Lu Shouwen, who blocked a knife for you." In the end, Han Guoxiu sighed and said, "There's nothing I can do. I originally wanted to come to Baelyang this time to see that Su Fengnian. Many of our sisters in the school seem to have given themselves a bewitching potion. If I see him with my own eyes, when I go back, won't they die of envy? Ha ha, I've thought about it. When the time comes, I'll say that I've seen Su Fengnian. I'll also tell them that the guy is 10 feet tall, with a strong back and a bare waist. His face is full of whiskers, and his arms are as thick as their legs. What dragon? Phoenix, Northern Sioux, Southern Song. Anyway, we've seen that Song Maolin with our own eyes. He's really handsome. Other than my husband, Xie Shibian, I don't think anyone in the world can compare to Song Maolin. When I think of them hearing my description, I think of them crying in disappointment and sadness." The girl's little head leaned against Jin Bao Room's back, and she laughed to herself. Chapter 1499. Jin Bao sure shook her head and laughed softly. "You don't be so bad. Be careful that you won't be able to get married. You should at least leave some memories for your friends." Han Guoxiu said childishly, "No." Who told them to say that my husband is not even 1/10,000th of that Su Fengnian? Lu Duanmao was about to interrupt, but Lu Shouwen had already urged his horse forward and came to Jin Bao Shi's side. Lu Duanmao, who was born to be able to ward off evil spirits, had a sad look in his eyes and stopped moving. The sharp-eyed Sima sighed quietly. He had told his junior many times that junior sister Jean was not the kind of woman who judged people by their appearance, but Lu Duanmao would always be discouraged when he saw her. When his junior brother Zhao Kai was still in the academy, he had successfully tricked him into confessing after he got drunk. Although Jin Baoshi was not moved, it was obvious that she did not hate him. However, Lu Duanmao was still so scared that his legs trembled after he woke up. Originally, Zhao Kai had already thought of how to encourage Lu Duanmao to strike while the iron was hot. However, with the sudden departure of his junior brother from Shangyin Academy and the shocking news that followed, Lu Duanmao completely retreated. For half a year, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol. In the end, he was awakened by Jin Baoshi, who could not stand it anymore. Only then did he let go of the wine jars and jugs that he relied on and was teased by others as the drinking wife by others. Originally, except for Su Weisheng and Jin Baoshi, the 6 men of the same sect had all agreed that after Zhao Kai and Lu Duanmao returned with their beauties, they would get drunk together and drink all of their master's hidden wine in one go. Sima looked to the south with red eyes. Junior brother, you and I agreed to be the monarch and minister who would go down in history together. Sima did not hate the Baelyang, nor did he hate the young man who was His Royal Highness at that time. He just missed his playful junior brother very much. Lu Shouwen rode side by side with Jean Baosher and Han Guoxiu, but he didn't speak to Jean Baosher, who fell in love at first sight. He looked towards Han Guoxiu and said with a gentle smile, "Are you scared after seeing those northern Mang barbarians?" Han Guoxiu, who was naturally closer to that coward Lu Duanmao in her heart, rolled her eyes and said, "Scared to death." Lu Shouwen was somewhat helpless, but he was not angry. In fact, his current situation was much better than when he had been targeted by the little girl. He shifted his gaze and asked softly, "Miss Jean, why did the Baymang cavalry take the initiative to retreat?" Jean Baosher shook his head and smiled faintly. "I don't know. That person didn't want to talk about it, and Sir didn't want to reveal the secrets of heaven." Lu Shouwen made a sound of acknowledgement and did not continue to pester him with words. He just silently rode his horse. After coming back to his senses, Sima couldn't help but sigh. His junior brother, Lu Duanmao, had met his match. At the very front, Han Guzi and Su Huang. One knew, the other was the first to guess Su Fengyan's true identity. The three of them casually talked about the Battle of Guangling. Han Guzi, intentionally or otherwise, spoke less and less. Most of the time, Su Huang methodically explained his views on the situation. Su Fengyan did not blindly agree. Occasionally, he bluntly questioned and rebutted, and Su Huang answered them one by one. However, the two of them still had a large difference in understanding of the final victory and defeat of the naval battle on the river. Su Huang believed that victory and defeat were decided quickly. The Zhao Yi Navy, with the help of the Qingzhou Navy, had won. Su Fengyan believed that after 2 to 3 months, the West Chu side that Chao Chongqing was on would win. Han Guzi only said that the two of them were half right and half wrong. Afterward, he did not express any more opinions. Later, Su Huang asked about the battle at Calabash in detail. Su Fengyan told him everything he knew. In the end, Su Huang sighed emotionally. Back then, the Baelyang had said that they would eat 150,000 Baymang at Calabash. Before Su Gong entered the capital to take up his post, he did not believe it. He said it was not too much, but too little. When Su Fengyan and Su Huang talked about building another Huda city in Liangzhou, the old man casually mentioned that Su Huang had this idea 3 years ago when he was doing his calculations. At the time, many people thought it was a fool's dream. In the large education palace, only Ko Jianghuai and Qi Shens believed it, just as Su Huang seemed to carelessly mention that Baymang's central front might divert a portion of its forces to the eastern front in Liuzhou. Han Guzi, who seemed to be unable to stand the bumpy ride of the horse, asked with a smile, "Have we traveled more than 10 li?" Su Huang was stunned. He nodded and said, "Almost." The old man suddenly smiled at Su Fengyan and said, "It doesn't matter if you travel 10 li or 20 li. In fact, the thought is more important than the distance. As for this old man, I won't delay your journey to Huaiyang Pass." Once the Su girl gets angry, it's not just her fellow disciples who are all trembling in fear, like mice meeting a cat. In fact, I'm also afraid. The old man muttered that he was old, really old. He got off the horse with difficulty. After getting into the carriage, he still did not enter the cabin. He sat down cross-legged behind Song Xinqing and waved his hand. He laughed loudly and said, "I have no wine to send you off. I'm old. I have the heart, but not the strength." Su Fengyan smiled and stopped his horse. A rider brushed past him. He watched the group gradually disappear into the distance. The wind in Longshang was strong. Su Fengyan's sleeves wantonly fluttered forward. Sima Can gave the little girl, Han Guixiu, a look. Unfortunately, the girl did not understand at all. When Sima Can estimated that his eyelids were about to ache, she finally flew into a rage. If you have something to say it. The old man coughed and scolded with a straight face. Guixiu, speak properly. The girl said in a muffled voice, then turned to Sima Can and made a signature hand gesture that said, "See if I don't beat you to death." The old man looked forward and said slowly, "You guys, don't guess blindly. Wait a moment. As long as you look back, you'll know why the Beimang cavalry took the initiative to retreat. Apart from Su Huang and Song Xinxing, who needed to drive carefully, everyone turned to look." The old man laughed and said, "I, Han Guzi, am just a person who doesn't live up to my name. Compared to the young man who might make the entire Beimang avoid him in the future, I've lived for so many years in vain. But even so, I'm happy." Sima Can, Lu Duanmao, Jin Baosher, Han Guixiu, Qi Zihu, and Lu Shouwen all turned to look in that direction, but they only saw that the cavalry was galloping in the opposite direction. The old man closed his eyes and leisurely hummed a song that he had accidentally heard in the marketplace of Yuzhou. At that time, a little girl sang it when she bought green ant wine for her father. Her childish voice was clear and crisp. Perhaps she could buy some food with the little money she had left after buying the wine, but the innocent child seemed very happy when she sang. But at this moment, the yellow sand outside the great wall and the strong wind on the long river sounded particularly sorrowful and desolate when the old man hummed with a hoarse voice, "Spring returns, yellow orioles fly on the branches. Autumn returns, wild geese return to the city. Year after year, I've waited for many years. Belyang's saber master, wrapped in horse hide, returned." Han Guixiu, who had waited for a long time, but still did not get an answer, felt her neck ache. Finally, she could not help but complain that her grandfather was lying. Everyone suddenly widened their eyes at the same time. In the distance, there was a line of peerless cavalry, like a snow-white tide, surging over. Sima Can said in shock, "Is it the great snow dragon cavalry?" Su Huang did not turn around and said in a deep voice, "It's the White Horse Cavalry." Han Guzi opened his eyes, thinking back to those years, the invincible elite soldiers of Great Qin. Every time there was a war, there would be two words that would resound through the sky. Su Huang closed his eyes, as if he was imagining the scene of the tiger and wolf army with irresistible force. He laughed softly. "The wind rises." Sima Can, who was familiar with history books, murmured, "The wind rises." While Han Guixiu was shocked behind him, Jin Baosher suddenly turned her horse around. Her whole body was trembling, and she shouted at the back of the figure, "Belyang, the wind rises." Han Guzi exhaled softly and laughed loudly. 800 years ago, the wind rose in Great Qin. But how can the era that I, Han Guzi, live and be inferior? Because 800 years later, Belyang would fight to the death.